Nick is going to give us some remarks talking about what the government is thinking about all of these questions of ethics and standards, and then we'll have time for a few questions from the audience. It is a short session, so please do keep your questions punchy. I'm going to hand over to Nick.
Thank you. Well, thank you. And just to say, first of all, what a pleasure it is to be here with you all. I just want to say a thank you, first of all, to the Institute for Government for organising today. And I have to say, it is quite rare for a minister to enter a room and see quite so many experts in the field in front of them. But I think the attendance, and this very high-powered attendance, frankly, reflects the esteem, if I may say so, in which the Institute is held. But in particular today, I also want to pay tribute to Sir John Major, who I know addressed you earlier today. And I want to thank him for his foresight in setting up the Committee on Standards in Public Life and indeed appointing Lord Nolan all those years ago. Evidently, that is a decision that has stood the test of time. Now, as politicians, we set the rules and regulations for our economy, our schools, our health service, and much more. But Sir John realised quite rightly that politicians should not get to set the rules and regulations for their own conduct alone. We needed an independent voice to provide impartial, critical judgment on the standards we should set and the rules we should follow. So it is a pleasure to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the first report of the Committee on Standards in Public Life. The committee has met the task set for it by Sir John Major with sustained success. They've been the architect, surveyor, and indeed the builder of so much of the UK's ethics and integrity infrastructure. And that all started with Lord Nolan's first report. And as you know, its wisdom was to provide a framework that could apply to every element of our public sector. The Nolan Principles, which articulate the meaning and the value of public service. And specifically, those three golden threads. Codes of conduct to translate those values into rules in each relevant sector. Independent scrutiny to ensure those rules are enforced impartially and fairly. And education to guarantee that every public office holder, elected or appointed, knows what it is that is expected of them. And those threads are woven into the very fabric of our public life today. The committee itself has proven its value with its recommendations over the past 30 years, which have established advisors, regulators and commissioners who provide a crucial service to our democracy. The committee has more than delivered on the task that Sir John Major set for it, reflecting the value of its independent, expert, impartial voice. But I am, of course, here to talk about the government's focus when it comes to standards. And we too have been acting on Nolan's vision. We have emphasised our values and principles. The Prime Minister has consistently talked about the importance of public service and how it underpins everything that we do. And he integrated the Nolan Principles directly into the ministerial code, rather than tagging them along at the end in an annex, to be clear about the commitment we all make to uphold those principles when entering public office. And we have taken action on Nolan's first thread, codes of conduct, with the Prime Minister's overhaul of the ministerial code. We have closed loopholes on gifts and hospitality. We have mandated that ministers declare their interests twice as frequently as before, and clarified important processes across a range of ministerial decision-making. And in Parliament, where the codes of conduct in both houses are also inspired by and indeed informed by Nolan, we have initiated a similar process of reform, establishing a modernisation committee, tightening the rules on paid advocacy, and toughening up rules on MPs' second jobs and paid media appearances. Nolan's second thread, independent scrutiny, has also been at the centre of our reforms. the independent advisor can now initiate investigations that cannot be vetoed. And this reform was seen as absolutely critical by many of you in the room today, and was of course recommended by the Committee on Standards in Public Life. But of course it was not fully implemented by the previous government, who held on to that veto and couldn't introduce the level of independence that we thought was needed. But we did it, and I'm proud that we have. We recently consulted on similarly strong action on standards in local government by proposing a mandatory minimum prescribed code of conduct and compelling all principal authorities to convene standards committees. And that crucial third thread was education, which, as the committee has noted, should be with a view to creating a positive ethical culture. To that end, officials attend training and induction that emphasises the conduct and values expected of them. And in that vein, the Prime Minister, on his first day in office, invited the independent advisor into number 10 and ensured that he did address the Cabinet so that members could be in no doubt about the expectations that were placed upon all of us. Now, of course, I would never be so bold, I promise, to question the wisdom of Lord Nolan. But I do believe successor committees have identified something that we call a bonus thread. And to borrow a term from a previous CSPL report, it's the tone from the top, or that crucial seventh principle of leadership. No matter what is written down in codes and articulated in principles, our political system depends upon strong leadership on ethical standards. And I say this not in a party political sense, but almost as somebody who is deeply passionate about and engaged in British politics, that previous governments did rip apart that trust, turning politics into performance rather than a force for good for working people. Indeed, 5 years ago, the CSPL chair, Lord Evans, even questioned whether we had entered into a post-Nolan age. And, you know, people here will be familiar with the list from partygate, gamblegate, crony contracts, pincher, cash for favours from sitting shadow ministers, Liz Truss debacle. We don't need to go back over it today, but I think we can say that we've all felt the impact of that chaos in our lives in different ways. And this government seeks to be different. The Prime Minister takes every occasion available to him to stress the fundamental value that he places on ethical standards, and he's backed up words with actions. In moments of political pressure, he's made the big decisions and the right decisions to uphold the integrity of the government that he leads, so that politics treads more lightly on people's lives and we can get on with being a government of service. Now, I know that there are other recommendations for reforms on ethical standards, and of course, as there should always be, a desire for the government to go further and faster. And we will reflect on the discussions today as we move forward to next steps, and ensure that we benefit from the thoughts of experts and leaders in the field. And there is always a delicate balance to strike between rigorous processes and the efficiency of government, between appointed regulators and elected office holders, and between accountability through regulation and accountability to the electorate. And of course we want to take the time we need to get this right. As the Prime Minister said, restoring trust in politics is the greatest test of our era. We must deliver on our plan for change and show that the government can change the lives of British citizens for the better. And as we rewire the state, the public interest must be and must be seen to be at the heart of everything we do. 30 years ago, Lord Nolan provided the ethical foundation on which UK public life is built. And the Committee on Standards in Public Life has ensured his vision became a reality. There is, of course, much more to do. But without CSPL, I think we can all recognise we would have been in a much worse place. So I would like to thank and congratulate the committee on its work over those 3 decades. Say that I look forward very much to working with it in the years ahead. And I look forward to what is sadly brief, but I'm sure will be a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. That's very interesting, and it picks up on some of the themes that we've been talking about already today. You mentioned that the PM has said how restoring trust in politics is the greatest challenge facing potentially this government. One of the themes that's come up in the discussion so far has been about a kind of anti-politics sense. You know, the rise of populism. People are turning to other parties outside the sort of traditional mainstream, not just in the UK. What do you see are the biggest challenges facing the ethics and standards system right now, and how can the government go about addressing those?
Look, I actually think when this government came into office, we were facing difficult legacy in a number of areas, but I'm afraid in ethics and standards it was a particular issue. And I'm not talking necessarily about the immediate predecessor Prime Minister, but what I'm talking about are the 2 Prime Ministers certainly before that, but particularly the Johnson government from 2019 to 2022 was the one that created an awful lot of issues. And you only have to look at the fact. You think about the ministerial code, and it's great Laurie is here, by the way, as well. I'm very grateful for all the really important work that Laurie does. But if we say about the Prime Minister as the person ultimately who's holding ministers to account on the ministerial code, we had a situation under that government where it wasn't the Prime Minister seeking to hold other ministers to account for misleading Parliament. It was the Prime Minister with the problem of misleading Parliament, which was, I'm afraid, breaking new and shameful ground in the ethics and standards landscape. But it was also buttressed to a period in our history when people had made great sacrifices in the COVID pandemic. I knew people in my own constituency couldn't go to funerals because of the restrictions on numbers. They couldn't go to the bedside of dying relatives. And then the whole party scandal emerges with that real sense when you were speaking to people of, look, it's one rule for this distant group of people who allegedly govern us, but it's a very, very different set of rules for ordinary people. So in that context, the direct answer to your question, frankly, is trying to rebuild trust in politics. And I think that is about delivery, as I was saying in my speech in the Plan for Change. I think people, change was the word on Labour's bus when we were going around the country. People vote for change, they expect change to be delivered in policy terms. But I also think we have a job to do in restoring a sense of trust and integrity in politics. Now, I'm not suggesting there was ever a golden age in our politics when somehow politicians are trusted. In fact, I think the British public has a healthy scepticism of politicians, that long may that continue. But there is no doubt that the ethics infrastructure and trust in it needed to be rebuilt post the Johnson premiership, and that's what I think the big challenge is for us.
So I'm going to go to one of the questions online, which has come from Sue Hawley at Spotlight on Corruption, and it goes to this point because I think nobody in the room would doubt the PM's sort of personal commitment and belief in this agenda. But as you say, we've had previous PMs who haven't been as interested in this issue, and we might well have similarly sort of minded PMs in the future. So Sue asks, what is the government planning to do to future-proof the standards framework, particularly by making sure that ethical standards have a stronger statutory basis? And she also asks about a new domestic corruption offence.
Yeah, I mean, on the issue of our, the laws, the criminal law on corruption, we obviously have to make sure that our laws are up to date, fit for purpose. There's also there's a broader piece of work that we're looking at in terms of safeguarding our democracy, ensuring that we have appropriate and robust standards on things like foreign donations and party donations is obviously hugely important. But in terms of embedding the standards landscape, you the issue, of course, in our politics is one government follows another, and statutes, the one that a government passes, you can get a future government can, if it chooses to, and it has a majority in Parliament, can repeal them. So simply putting something onto the statute book is not going to guarantee that the future government is not going to come along, decide to do something different and repeal it. But what I think you need to do on this is to embed a way of working, embed an approach to standards. Like, for example, to the point about giving the independent advisor the power to initiate their own investigations, I'd be astonished if a future government ever sought to reverse it. So it is about embedding things, A, that are good for the system and good for standards, but it is secondly about showing that they work very well in practice. And I think those two things are the best things we can do. So when you get a different Prime Minister, as you inevitably will, they will look at what they inherit and decide that actually this is working well and I want to continue with it. And that's the best way to get something embedded, I think, in politics.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to take one round of questions here in the room. Can I go to the gentleman at the back and then...
Thanks. You talked about the changes to the ministerial code. We previously had a Prime Minister who was not only prepared to ignore the advice of his ethics advisor, but was prepared to ignore that advice when it was getting published and when the ethics advisor was going to resign as a result of ignoring that advice. What have you done, or what has the Prime Minister done with the new ministerial code to stop that happening in the future?
Great, thank you. We'll take group 3 and then Rachel here at the front.
Thank you. Rachel Davis, Transparency International. There are a couple of really exciting commitments your government has made. Anti-corruption strategy, ethics and integrity commission that I'm sure many of us in the room are really eagerly anticipating. Is there anything that you can tell us about how you plan to use these vehicles to kind of enhance public standards and hopefully, really bolster rebuilding that public trust, in a government that is serious about tackling corruption and upholding integrity in public life?
Yeah. Go on, Kevin.
Thanks so much for your speech. My name is Kevin Keith. I'm chair of the UK Open Government Network. The UK government was a founding member of the Open Government Partnership, which is a culture of governance based on transparency, accountability and participatory governance. It's now approaching its 7th National Action Plan, and we're awaiting to hear, because it's within the Cabinet Office, we're awaiting to hear which minister will be responsible in terms of political leadership for that agenda. But at its core, commitments are co-created. So there's civil society, academia and others alongside government talking about these kind of issues. So kind of your reflection on, there's a real great sense of wanting to work with government on this in this room. We've heard it all day. Your reflections on how civil society, academia and others can support the government with this agenda.
Yeah, that's very good.
Thank you.
So to Dave Pemmon asked me the first question. Yes, I was shadowing the Home Affairs brief at the time, and I know exactly the situation you were talking about, where rather than the particular minister or Secretary of State at the time resigning, it was the independent advisor that resigned, and it was, I think, one of those, frankly, days of shame for our ethical system in government that we got to that position. To your second question about this not happening again, it is about the approach of the Prime Minister. Right? That is ultimately where the apex of ethics in government lies. And it's for, in my view, the current Prime Minister who takes this extraordinarily seriously to set in train over time an accepted practice that future Prime Ministers will find it very, very difficult to depart from, is I think what has to be done to do that. And as I said earlier, we sometimes talk about putting certain things in statute and other things, but actually the way our political system works is a future government can always undo something if it wants to. So the better way, I think, to embed practice is by deed, not word. It's by actually doing this and dealing with issues that arise, and there will be more of them. There always are in politics. But embedding the standards by which you should behave in those situations when different scandals arise, and it makes it very, very hard then for future Prime Ministers to depart from it. Rachel, on the Ethics and Integrity Commission, anti-corruption, One of the things that I've always thought is a very good argument for an Ethics and Integrity Commission is a bit of coherence, because we've got a number of different bodies in this space, all of which have very esteemed chairs and do a very, very good job. But it's also about public awareness, the idea of there being somewhere, a fulcrum that you can go to that will help with sort of, that clarity and coherence, I think, which is a very good argument for the EIC. And then, Kevin, finally on open government and the 7th National Plan, etc. You're absolutely right in terms of, I think co-creation definitely has a place, and I think with government, I think we are served by an excellent civil service. I think our civil service is something we should be very proud of in the United Kingdom. But we should also be curious as to what external advice and experience is out there to draw upon, whether that's academia, whether that is in terms of civil society and other spheres, business, trade union movement. And I think having an openness to that different way of decision-making is really important.
Great, thank you very much. Well, I think that is the time that we have with you. Just to echo that last point, there are lots of people in this room who have lots of ideas, so I'm sure that people will be up for further conversations with you.
Don't be shy, my door is open.
I'm sure you'll be getting more suggestions. Can I just ask you all to join me in thanking the Minister for coming?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back. My name is Nick Davies and I'm a Programme Director here at the Institute. In this second panel discussion of the day, we will be discussing how frontline officials can uphold high standards of behaviour. Most of the public's interactions with the state are with frontline officials, be those police officers, those working in health and care, or those working in local government. And poor ethical behaviour in those services can be incredibly damaging for public trust in government. High-profile examples include the Shrewsbury maternity and mid-staff scandals in the NHS, the numerous examples of sexual offences and other serious crimes committed by serving police officers, and questionable commercial deals in local government that have left some councils effectively bankrupt. So how much do the Nolan Principles resonate with those delivering on the front line? How can frontline officials be supported to make ethical decisions? And how can frontline organisations prevent failures and rebuild public trust where they occur? To discuss those issues and more, I'm delighted to be joined by three fantastic panellists. We have Neil Basu, former Assistant Commissioner at the Metropolitan Police, Amardeep Samal, the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman, and Helen Buckingham, Chair of National Voices. I'm going to ask a few questions of each of our panellists before opening it up to questions from the audience. If you are watching online, then please do start submitting your questions now via Slido, and then there'll be plenty of opportunity for those in the room to ask questions as well. Neil, I'm going to come to you first. The police have to deal with difficult situations all of the time. How do questions of ethical standards affect officers' approach to their roles?
Well, I mean, it should be fundamental, shouldn't it? I mean, I retired in 2022 just before Dame Louise Casey, who is a friend of mine, and asked me to review her report before she published it. And I remember walking away from Camden Town Hall in what can only be described as distress. Not embarrassed to say I was in tears. And I was an interviewee for that report, as well as a member of the management board. So when you look at the incidents you described, I think every police officer feels less of themselves when they read the actions of individuals who do things like that. But the trouble is, chief constables like me, I think, sometimes have rose-tinted spectacles about the people in their profession. I've always said there are far fewer bad police officers than the media and politicians would have you believe, but there are far more than most chief constables realise, and that is a significant problem. And if you ask most police constables, had they read the College of Policing's Code of Ethics, or even their own chief constable's mission, vision and values recently, the answer to that would probably be no. So given that ethical standards in frontline policing for a job which is fundamentally probably the most important in civil society, you really can't do anything if you don't feel safe leaving your front door, and that's what you pay policing for. So if they don't uphold ethical standards, how are you going to maintain that principle of policing by consent? How are you going to gain the trust and confidence of all communities, not just the ones you like? That is an incredibly difficult thing to do. So ethical principles should be at the very heart of modern policing. They're certainly in the training, they're in the leadership training, they're in the guidance. As I said, the College of Policing recently refreshed that code in 2024, and I'm pleased to see that they use the Nolan Principles embedded in that code, plus fairness and respect as two additional traits. But as I said, you know, testing a police officer on those documents might be an interesting exercise.
Amardeep, how do sources of scrutiny and accountability, like the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman, ensure that public office holders can maintain high standards?
There's no doubt at all that local government social care is working in very challenging times, and they're working under acute pressure. And what that means is that with increased demand upon services, an ageing population, reduced resources, staff attrition, that actually the problem becomes more acute. And sometimes, instead of doing what they should be doing, as they're legally required to do, there might be instances when they're doing what they can do because they have to make those resources stretch as far as possible. And that's a standard that we will not hold them to. We will always uphold the standard of what they are legally required to do. And it's important because actually we need to maintain good standards of care, good standards in local government and good standards in adult social care. I've no doubt that when people get out of the bed in the morning, whether it's public servants working in local authorities or people working in the private social care sector, they do so because they care about what they do, they want to improve public services and they want to help people, but they're working under acute pressure. As one chief executive said to a member of my team recently from a council, you help to keep us honest. And I think what they were saying is if we didn't have standards and ethics and a framework, actually standards would slip even further still. So it's really important that the Ombudsman upholds those standards and holds council leaders accountable for those standards.
And Helen, what do you think the public's actually looking for from frontline staff when it comes to ethical standards?
Great question. So for those who don't know, National Voices is the coalition of charities that speak with and for people who use health and care services. So that's where my expertise is. But I think that what the public are looking for is quite common across all public services. There was a lovely little thread on Blue Sky earlier this week from somebody posting a question. Somebody tell me what's good about this country because the news is all bad at the moment. Beautiful responses if you want something to make you smile. Many of them were about the quality of public servants in this country. And I think there are three things that people really value in public servants here. They value fairness, so that people are treated equitably regardless of their personal circumstances. And I do say equitably rather than equally, because actually fair treatment may be different depending on where you are in the system. They value predictability, so actually it doesn't matter which policeman or which nurse or which local authority officer you are dealing with, you will get the same response. And then the third thing might be stronger in health and social care, but I think it's not unique to health and social care, is they value what I would describe as compassion and humility. The ability to listen, to understand, and to provide you as best they can with the services that meet your needs, even if it's not exactly what the officials would want for themselves. Is the ability to be able to put themselves in somebody else's shoes and say, this is what you need, and to the best of my ability, I'm going to provide that to you.
Nick, could I just add to, I was in 2012, I was involved in a project to create what Lord Hogan-Howe wanted as the Metropolitan Police vision and values at the time. And the internal conversation on what the values of policing should be at the time came up with integrity, professionalism and courage. Why would you not want those values? We had a long list of 20 potential values that we wanted to test with our staff, but we also wanted to test them with the public, and 14th on our list was compassion, which is interesting as an internal. It was number one on the public's list, so I just wanted to say it's not unique to health and social care.
We're talking quite a lot about values and principles, and you talked about how the Nolan Principles have started to be incorporated into codes of conduct. There can be quite a big gap between principles and direct interactions with the public. How do you operationalise those so that they're kind of relevant for those on the front line?
That is a great question, and of course it does come in the training and the leadership. At the end of the day, most police officers are faced with unbelievably difficult, dangerous, tense, emotional or confrontational situations, and you want them in those moments to do the right thing. Most of us will, our reptilian brains will go back to fight or flight. You don't want police officers fleeing the scene, you want them dealing with the issue, but you also don't want them freezing. So the training is designed to be able to make immediate, instant decisions that are the right thing to do, and obviously that relies heavily on recruiting the right calibre of person. But back in 2012, a very impressive chief constable was tasked with coming up with some kind of decision-making model for officers who would be faced with those kind of situations. And the national decision-making model, which has been copied by many, many organisations, is there designed to test. I mean, I was asked this question as a chief superintendent, so I've been a senior leader for a very long time. I've been leading people since I was 11 years old, and I was asked, how do you make decisions, Neil? And I couldn't answer that question. I hadn't read Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow yet. I have read it since, but I couldn't answer that question. And instead, we put a program of training in place to give police officers a framework in which they could make decisions. I won't go through the framework, but what was interesting, 2 years later, added to the framework was the concept of values. So before you took any action whatsoever, the thing you had to ask yourself was, am I doing the right thing? Would the public want me to be doing this thing? And I always added to that, would the person you loved the most in the world who was watching you perform now be proud of what you're doing? And that fundamentally is how we teach officers in the split seconds they have to make some terrible, difficult decisions, how they should be thinking.
I believe that question of doing the right thing and what the right thing is, to what extent is that a function of organisational culture? And in your experience, what are the drivers or the kind of necessary ingredients for a good organisational culture?
They are fundamental to all organisations across all sectors. So, for example, we have just issued our complaint handling code, and we've enshrined the Nolan Principles into that. So, people expect public servants, including us, to act objectively, impartially, fairly, honestly, and be accountable. And that's really important in terms of good complaints handling. But actually, if you're a member of the public, you've got a complaint about the council, or you've got a complaint about your adult social care provider, you expect them to abide by those values too, because actually, fundamentally, it always comes back to trust and confidence. If you're not applying those Nolan values, and worse still, you're flouting the law in doing so, then you will very quickly erode public trust and confidence. And once you do that, it's much harder to regain it, and sometimes you never regain it.
And I would like to come to that question about how you rebuild in a second. Helen, first, I wanted to touch on what existing accountability systems, what impact they have on culture. Because I was thinking in preparation for this about Mid-Staffordshire and all the problems there, and that a lot of that was driven by the targets culture and some of it, the accountability systems that came down from above. And I wonder if you've got thoughts on what accountability systems need to look like in order to build healthy cultures.
Yeah, no, really important point. I mean, we say it in the NHS a lot, but I think people say it in other sectors as well. What gets measured gets done. And we tend to have performance metrics and frameworks which focus on inputs, not on experience. So one of the things that certainly we in National Voices are really, it's one of our top priorities as an organisation. One of the things that we're hoping will come through in the 10-year plan for health, which we are anticipating at some point in the next 10 years, maybe in a couple of weeks' time, is a framework for measuring what matters through the eyes of patients. And actually having patient experience and the experience of the public as a key performance measure, with other things falling off that. So waiting times are important. Financial balance as an organisation is important. These are all things that contribute to the experience of patients and staff. But actually, if you have the experience as your prime measure, then you can develop a framework from which the other things follow. And I think what we've seen time and again in the NHS is that people do work the targets. And so if you have a target which is, let's get everybody through the emergency department within 4 hours, it's perhaps not entirely surprising that quite a few people move out the emergency department to 3 hours and 58 minutes. Or at the kind of backstop of 12 hours, they move out at 11 hours and 55 minutes. That's not a good experience for the patient, or not necessarily a good experience for the patients, but you have hit your target.
Neil, I wanted to come back to your point at the beginning about how senior leaders probably underestimate the number of kind of poor performers or bad apples within their organisation sometimes. But there have been recent cases where those senior leaders themselves have been criticised, for example, in the kind of the Daniel Morgan case, for not being entirely transparent. And I wonder what your thoughts are on how you improve that leadership culture before that percolates through the rest of the organisation.
It's a terrible indictment of somebody who led the 2021 Strategic Command course, which is policing's most senior leadership course. And I led that on the basis of the delegates who were attending, 51 senior public leaders, 41 of them police officers, understanding what legitimacy means. And in understanding legitimacy, they had to understand the functions of politics and diversity. So going back to the last question about organisations that have an effect on your culture and your ability to do the right thing, there's a great criminologist called Rob Reiner who said, basically the public get the police they deserve. I think we underestimate the pressure of the public, politicians and the press in terms of how our public services institutions respond to that. And the people who are there to make the kind of decisions that preserve police legitimacy are the senior leadership. So if you want good frontline ethical standards upheld by frontline officers, then the very top of the organisation has to be very clear about the expectation it wants, and then it has to live to that expectation. I mean, we say it all the time, words are great, but you know, we have had every value statement, every code and ethical practice. It's a 20-page booklet on the ethics of being a police officer. As I said, I doubt anyone's ever read it. The reality is you have to demonstrate that by the way you act, and you are not going to preserve your legitimacy as a public organisation unless you act in line with the values you profess, and you're not going to make that work unless the most senior person in the organisation lives up to that same value. And I think some chief constables are very often, in their haste to preserve their operational independence, have forgotten that they're also operationally accountable to the public, through the politicians who are elected, and through the press. And they forget that basic principle of transparency and honesty is fundamental to keeping the ethical standards of the organisation high.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to questions from the audience. I'd encourage those who are watching online to keep submitting questions. If you are here, could you please put your hand up if you'd like to ask a question? If you're picked, could you please wait until the microphone gets to you? Please say your name and where you're from. And please ensure that it is, in fact, a question and not a very long, rambling statement.
That's my job.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks to all of you. I mean, I think the point that was made about excellence in public services, I'm sure we would all agree. And the problem is when things crash and burn, they crash and burn in a spectacular way. But one of the stories which, of course, has been front and centre in the media over the last while has been the issue of grooming gangs and the failures that have taken place. And, you know, we come back again to this issue of mistrust in public services, the mistrust in politicians. It's all interlinked to that. And I know it's early days in terms of the public inquiry that's now going to take place. But what failures of leadership and failures do you think to the Nolan Principles that led us to the situation that we're now in?
Emily, I might come to you first on that.
It's very difficult to hypothesise because, of course, we need to await the outcome of that inquiry. But what I would say that broadly, looking at what else has happened elsewhere over many, many years, you know, a lot of it does come back to basic ethics and basic standards. And frontline workers, it doesn't matter what sector you're in, what you're delivering, ethics and standards really do matter to them because they care about the job they do. They do the job they do because they want to make things better for everyone. And also it puts them in a much safer environment because if they operate within that ethical framework, it gives them some protection as well. So, you know, integrity, self-ness, objectivity, accountability, all of that. You know, if you were to say which Nolan Principle is the most important, I think they're all equally important, actually. But fundamentally, they all come into trust and confidence, actually. And that's where I think the danger lies in all of those inquiries we've had over many, many years, and we're going to be having a new one again. But it's always about trust and confidence, isn't it? People are not happy because they don't feel they have trust and confidence in those services.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up a particular aspect from Louise Casey's report, and again, we do need to see now the full public inquiry, but there's a parallel with the NHS, I think, around the lack of data that was available in those situations, looking at what was happening with the grooming gangs, particularly about ethnicity. The NHS had a really big push on recording ethnicity in relation to patients and indeed staff, and then using that data to say, are we getting it right? You know, are we being fair? Are we treating people equitably? Are there groups which are missing out because we are not thinking about this? And I think on the face of what's been reported about Louise Casey's report, people weren't recording ethnicity not because they were being lazy, but because they didn't want to stereotype. I get that. That's you know, people. It is about people thinking they're doing the right thing.
I think there's a bit of fear culture as well.
Absolutely.
People being afraid that, you know, if they label something, they might be accused of being, for example, racist.
Absolutely. So I think there's something for me about people having both the courage to do the right thing and the ability to to communicate, to explain, to tell the story to their staff about why this is the right thing?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what failed? Every single one of the Nolan Principles. I mean, I think I can only comment on policing, but there's an irony in policing. So I'm very much on record of talking about policing still having an institutional prejudice problem. And one of the things it doesn't understand is the concept of race. And there is an irony in this, that there is absolutely was a fear of being called racist and wanting to control, wanting to make sure that disorder didn't break out and the community tension didn't break out. And I understand that, and it's the sort of unintended consequences of what seems like a good act, but it is ironic that a service that is regularly criticised for being racist thought it was not being racist by not doing its fundamental job. So I'm a career detective, and I started in 1992, and it isn't new for policing to understand that being victim-focused is quite a good way to start an investigation. So there's all kinds of issues in the grooming scandal. But for a career detective, the fundamental one is the incompetence of the detectives who were given an allegation and decided to dismiss the views of young working-class girls, and the concept of child prostitution and the concept of not understanding coercion, not understanding people were vulnerable. People are going to start thinking that's a new concept in 2025. Well, I've been policing for a long time, and I was trained by some very good detectives who would have said, no, I mean, we've always known that that was a place to start. The ethics of ignoring those people, the victims in this case, has been truly appalling to see, and I feel okay that on record I'm one of the chiefs who said there ought to be a national inquiry in this, because until there is, this will be like Hillsborough, it will be like Stephen Lawrence, it will be like Daniel Morgan, it will go on for decades, it will undermine every public service. You are better off being as transparent as possible, as quickly as possible, and it's already been too late.
Yeah. Can I just add something there, Nick? I think very important points you make, Neil, but I think what is unforgivable for the public, not just here, but in other inquiries too, is when there is a cover-up. It's
absolutely
bad enough that this has happened and on such an extensive scale, but turning a blind eye is really bad. But actually then the cover-up is really something that the public will struggle to accept. And that's where, again, erosion of trust and confidence. How do we get that back? I think that's the fundamental question that we should be asking ourselves, as citizens.
I agree with that point entirely. I mean, I used to work in anti-corruption, and the biggest problem with professional standards was often not the offence, whether it was minor or major, it was the attempt to cover it up. But even worse than that, with the most senior of leaders, I don't think it's necessarily, they don't think they're covering something up. The defensiveness and denial that says, nothing went wrong here. I mean, sometimes it's unbelievable watching people say, we actually did a good job. I mean, the first year the Metropolitan Police reacted to the murder of Stephen Lawrence, they tried to defend an investigation that even a very young detective sergeant could see was a poor investigation. And I don't think they were doing that trying to cover up. They genuinely didn't understand what they were looking at. And there is a willful blindness in that.
And we see that in health as well. And you see that at different levels. So maternity is clearly a very high-profile example at the moment. When you've got similar issues repeating themselves in Morecambe Bay and East Kent and Nottingham and again and again and again. These are not individual isolated instances in organisations. This is something that is systemic. But it's very easy, it's easier to say it's about this organisation and these leaders than it is to stand back and say, actually, no, there is something that we need to look at across this whole system here. And the point about defensiveness as well, I mean, the number of responses to complaints that I have sent back personally as a chief exec, not as National Voices, in the NHS, and that I know other chief execs do the same as well, because the letter is written, we are sorry if. No. This person was exercised enough to write you a complaint. We're sorry that. Even if you don't think that they should be exercised, they are. And we really don't do enough, I think, to recognise that regardless of whether we think we've done the right thing, somebody in some way has had a bad experience.
Yeah. Can I just add on to that, and I agree with you, Helen, completely, is that every risk register will have reputation of the organisation on there as a critical matter. So, boards, councils, leaders, they have a really important role in terms of scrutiny and holding the organisation to account. And they should be asking themselves, looking at it from a different lens, the reputation of the organisation, at what point does it tip over?
Yeah.
That actually the reputation of the organisation isn't as paramount as actually the wider reputation and risk to society.
I think that's the one thing policing has got wrong. It's always put the reputation of policing. I came from banking into policing. Banking used to do the same thing. You didn't want to run on the banks, so nobody talked about how easy it was to defraud a bank, and it was really easy. This was back in the late 80s. I didn't do it. I went to chase them.
Thanks for clarification.
That's not why I left the bank.
About to break some news here.
No, that's not why I left the bank. But what is interesting, well, it's precisely that point that you're putting your organisation's reputation and thinking, well, I have to be willfully blind about this response, or I have to be defensive or in denial about this response. Long term, you're ruining your reputation.
Yeah.
And it's not understanding that point and dodging lawyers and ethical boards and advisors who are there also trying to preserve the organisation's reputation. You have to remember as a senior leader that they're there to give you advice, not to make the decision. And I've seen lawyers time and time again craft those letters in a way that if I was receiving it, I'd have been insulted because they're trying to minimise the civil litigation. It doesn't minimise it. It just stretches it out over a longer period.
I know, Nick, you want to get into more questions, but just one more point on that. I think it can be quite a balancing act for leaders sometimes. So it's not a balancing act when the organisation has egregiously done something wrong. But I remember sitting in a conversation with a number of NHS chief execs a few years ago, before COVID, when it was winter and things were really tough. And organisations were experiencing real difficulties getting patients the experience that they should have. And the kind of balance, the judgment call that they had to work through in terms of how much they talk about that publicly, because they do want to be transparent and also they do want to try and reduce pressure on the hospitals. But to do that in a way which doesn't reduce confidence in the hospitals, so that if people actually do need them, they still come. And we saw that played out during COVID, didn't we? The way that we talked about the need to protect the NHS that led to people not accessing the NHS when actually they really needed to. So there is a genuine balancing act for leaders, I think, around the importance of openness, but again, the importance of really getting the communication right so that people hear what's intended and not a mixed message.
I just want to pick up quickly on that question of kind of inquiries and their effectiveness at affecting change. We have a lot of inquiries, and I think IFT research has shown that often those recommendations are not implemented or are not implemented for a very long time. Often we end up having kind of multiple inquiries broadly looking at the same thing. How can we ensure that this inquiry, the one that's coming on the grooming gangs, does actually lead to kind of meaningful change in the kind of ethical behaviour of those frontline public services that it's relevant to?
Without compromising my Chatham House principles, I had an hour and a half with the Cabinet Office last week discussing exactly that problem. So how can I crystallise it in one sentence? I'm probably one of the most experienced chief constables in the last 50 years in terms of public inquiries and inquests. They're incredibly expensive. They take a lot of people off the front line in order to do them. But the one thing, and very often your staff get very frustrated and very upset by them, particularly if it's career threatening or career limiting for obvious reasons. But the one thing I have learned in well over 2 decades of dealing with inquests and inquiries is that it's often the only way the victims or the bereaved get any kind of sense of justice whatsoever. Because if there is no criminal trial, that's pretty much it for them. So you have to bear in mind, and I was saying this to them, you've got to bear in mind you can't not have them, because there is a way of actually producing some justice out of this. But you can't have them in such a way that they are open-ended and a feast for lawyers. And I use that expression because a very senior KC said, they're a feast for lawyers, I've made my career on it to me. It's not me saying it, they're saying that. And largely that happens because of the defensiveness of every organisation and individual involved. So the basic underpinning problem of an inquiry is it's not a learning exercise. So even when the recommendations come out, we have morphed into a society that just wants to find somebody to blame and hang out to dry. And everyone who's involved in that inquiry understands that and immediately lawyers up. And that is what's frustrating a lot of these inquiries. And even if they are very, very good, and I happen to think John Saunders did a brilliant job on the Manchester Arena inquiry, when the recommendations come out, they're seldom costed, they seldom have an owner. People change very rapidly, both in senior leadership and senior political sponsorship, and they just never get implemented, even if they're very good. but they never give the chance for senior leaders, you must have seen this hundreds of times, is thank you for the new set of recommendations. I think when I left counter-terrorism policing, I had over 500 sitting there. When I started, I had 1,200. I thought that was progress. It's like painting the Forth Road Bridge before they invented that paint that they don't need to repaint it anymore, but it is like that. And if nobody costs them and nobody understands which to prioritise, that's the biggest problem with them. But not doing them would be a fundamental mistake. You just need to find a way of doing them more effectively and more efficiently and quicker, and with a few less lawyers, no offence. I'm not anti-lawyer as a police officer. I've got great friends who are lawyers, but even they think it's not right. Even they think it's not right, and that's an odd place to be.
From a sort of, patient or kind of broader service user perspective, I'm going to pick up on that kind of the trade-off between, in some cases, getting justice and, on the other hand, a service actually performing better. What do you think the public generally want?
So, generally, when people make a complaint about their experience, very often they say, all I want is to make sure that nobody else has this experience.
Yeah.
They're not. When things are egregious, they are looking for blame and retribution. But mostly what they want is the learning. And I completely agree with Neil. I mean, I think about the mid-staffs inquiry had over 200 recommendations, and multiple ones and that. And they tend to be quite transactional. They tend to be recommendations about processes. Do this, don't do that. What I'm about to say is much easier to say than do, I will accept. But actually, if instead of a laser focus on the process, we had a laser focus on the culture, we might get more learning. And I think there's something about the culture which is created by an inquiry which people perceive as blame, and the culture is created when an organisation, and I think this is hard to do nationally, I think you can do it inside an organisation, actually says, no, we want to learn from what's gone wrong. We are holding our hands up, we are saying this has been a bad experience. Mostly it's been a bad experience for staff as well as the patient. And we genuinely want to learn, and we genuinely want to get it right. And if I think of, many individual patients I've dealt with over the years, there's two in particular that stick in my mind, because they both had issues which actually in their individual care, I was quite confident had been properly investigated and either dealt with or there was nothing to it in the first place. But what those two people were also doing was raising issues about the wider culture of the organisation. And even if their individual case had been appropriately handled, they were absolutely right about the cultural issues they were raising. And we didn't have systems that kind of allowed us to capture that. And I think there is much more, to go back to what I said a few minutes ago, there's much more we can do to look at actually how we measure what good looks like from the point of view of experience rather than process.
I wonder a question for all the panellists, whether they can think of whether it's past inquiries or other kind of improvement mechanisms that have, as you said, had that focus on kind of culture rather than process, and have therefore been effective at instilling improved ethical standards. Are there examples that we can learn from? It's going to be worrying silence.
Mid-staffs is a good example, isn't it? Because it made some really important recommendations around culture, actually. But taking it away from mid-staffs, we see the same sort of issues happening elsewhere. So in terms of its impact and its reach, it's not gone as widely as it should have been and was intended to be.
And I think it does sometimes come back to the importance that we were talking about a few minutes ago about leadership as well. So one of the recommendations that came out of mid-staffs was about freedom to speak up, that every NHS organisation should have freedom to speak up guardians, people in the organisation that anybody in the organisation could go to if they had a concern. And that's worked, and I knew the initial freedom to speak up guardian nationally, and I know the current one a little, and I know some of the people working at a local level. It's worked really, really well in some organisations where they've got a genuine culture where people believe that they can say something, they will be listened to, and whatever it is will be addressed. And there are other organisations where it's a tick box. So I read a board report recently. I won't name the organisation, obviously, but I read a routine Freedom to Speak Up board report recently, which told me the number of concerns that had been raised. It told me which directorates they'd been raised in. It told me absolutely not. It told me about the nature of the concern. It told me absolutely nothing about what had been done. And so there is an organisation. It's got Freedom to Speak Up. It's got a process that collects the issues. But if it has got a process that is actually addressing those issues, it's certainly not telling its board about them. And that is kind of actually back to the point you were making earlier about what boards expect and the tone and the expectations that boards in public sector organisations set.
And I think sometimes you don't realise just the effect of a particular inquiry or recommendation for many years after it's been made. Yeah. So, I mean, I'll give you 3 great examples in policing. The inquiries into miscarriages of justice that led to the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984 and the formation of an independent Crown Prosecution Service to stop police officers presenting cases. Is that one thing is probably fundamentally the thing that transformed the professionalism of policing more than any other single thing in our history. I would also point to Lord William Macpherson's report into the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. I am on record as still criticising policing for not being consistent in putting those recommendations in, but I'm also a benefactor of some of the amazing recommendations that came out of that report. Policing has in this country has world-class family liaison, homicide training, golden hour principles for how people should deal with critical incidents, command and control structures, all of which came out of being criticised in that particular inquiry, all of which are fundamental to the way things happen today, many years later. There are other things we do spectacularly badly, but nevertheless, that was fundamental. And the last one was the report we did, and the national security community did this to itself. So Lord Anderson came in, Theresa May's, to effectively check we were doing our homework, but we did a report on the 5 terrorist attacks, or 4 of the 5 terrorist attacks in 2017 that led to 104 recommendations. And of course, I can't go into the detail. I'm particularly aware of who's in the audience. But that has fundamentally transformed the way the national security community work in countering terrorism. And I'm very proud of that report. And that was done because we believed we needed to be better so less people would die. And that was organisations looking at themselves and not being defensive and not being in denial and putting it all out on the table. And I think David would corroborate that. He saw everything from the raw intelligence to he was in the meetings where these things were discussed. Nobody tried to hide anything. We just tried to be better. And that's the kind of culture long term you want to create rather than this is going to bring my organisation down or me down as an individual. This is actually going to make things better.
I'll open up for another round of questions. Yes, we've got the lady just here and then here and here.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentations, all really ringing good bells for me as absolutely true. So thank you for that. The question is about whether our whole culture is too adversarial. It was mentioned earlier that that was a good thing in politics to be adversarial, but actually I understand it also then carries through to the justice system and these inquiries, which are very lengthy and create a sense of defensiveness. Should we be trying to create a more consensual type of approach to resolving problems in all that we do in our culture?
Thank you. And we'll take 2 more, one here and one there.
Thank you very much. You've covered a huge amount of ground, but could I just ask a quite specific question? And that is, in the healthcare sector, there has for some years been a duty of candour. And I'm interested in it because I'd like to know whether you think it should be extended to other sectors as well. I'd like to know what it involves. What do you actually do and who does it to perform that duty of candour? And what is the experience? Is it working? Is it being properly reported? Is there data to support it? And so on.
Thank you. And then one final question just here.
That was actually my question, but it was really, we've talked so much about principles and leadership in terms of cultural change. My name is Kevin Keith, Chair of the Open Government Network. It's a governance model based on transparency, accountability and participatory governance. But my question is actually related to duty of candour and whether the statutory duty of candour, which is proposed as part of the Hillsborough Law, and that is a tool to influence culture and your reflections on that.
Great, so we've got 3/2 questions there. One on the duty of candour, Does it work? What does it entail? Should it be extended? And another one on whether our culture is generally too adversarial and whether it could be more consensual. Helen, I'll come to you first, because I know you're going to have thoughts on duty of candor.
I do indeed. I thought this might come up, so I did a little digging. So what is it? I mean, it is set out in legislation. And to summarise very briefly, essentially, if something bad happens to you as a result of an actions of a healthcare worker, you should be told. Or your family should be told, because obviously there's something bad, might be seriously bad. And it's set out quite clearly, how we are defining something bad, and how people should be told, and how people should be prepared for us. And part of the conversation being, do you want to be told? You might not want to be told. But it's set out, and I was literally looking at it earlier today in preparation for this. It's set out very transactionally, and what it's doing is setting out and formalising something which actually is very relational. And when the Department of Health looked last year at how effective it was to answer that question, they found it wasn't. So they did a review last year that was published, I think it was April 2024. Less than half the people who responded to the review felt the duty of candour was understood, by organisations themselves or by staff, and that many of them actually said the duty has become a tick box exercise. I wrote these things down, so I'm looking down. More than half the respondents felt that staff didn't understand it. Less than 25% of the respondents felt it was complied with. And then the really significant point for me, 94% of patients and service users who responded disagreed that providers engage meaningfully with it, compared to 27% of professionals. So there's a real mismatch there about the patient and service user experience and the professional experience. And the three key themes that came out of that report were about, in reverse order, the importance of training, the importance of a consistency of approach, and then the fundamental importance of culture. And again, it's about the culture, which is this is an opportunity for learning. This is an opportunity to engage with the people that we've harmed in order to be able to potentially give them some reparation, but certainly prevent that happening to others. An opportunity not just to be defensive and protective about what we did, but we still have organisations, and it goes to the question about the kind of adversarial culture. We still have organisations which are very concerned and individual professionals to protect themselves, to protect their reputation. And if you talk to regulators, whether it's organisational regulators or regulators of individual professions, they will always be more positive or less negative, depending how you will look at it, towards an organisation or an individual who has insight, who said, I recognise we have done something wrong and we want to learn from it. They will be much more critical of organisations or people who've been blinkered about that. But that culture is still not playing through in organisations, and that comes through in the way the duty of candour is playing out. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I think if something bad has happened to you, you should know about it. But I think within the healthcare system, and then by extension to the wider public service, it's not just about introducing a process. You've got to do the cultural work that underpins it.
So on the adversarial point, which you so properly made, I think it's really important, actually, we move away from an adversarial system. And I am somebody who is a lawyer and was an advocate for a long part of my career. Because actually, the whole purpose is to get us the best information in order that we can move forward and learn and improve, etc., as society. And the moment it becomes adversarial and all sides get lawyered up and everything, it raises the ante. And people actually don't relax, they're not comfortable, they get very nervous, and they don't give the best account they want to give in their own words, and they feel under a lot of pressure. Some people don't turn up for inquiries because they realise that there are going to be lawyers asking them questions, for example. So I'm very much in favour of it. It should be inquisitorial so that people are relaxed and can feel comfortable giving the best information to assist the inquiry rather than protecting themselves and protecting the organisation.
How does the Ombudsman go about this type of thing in its investigation?
So we are inquisitorial. We don't, don't raise the ante, because actually what we want to do, it's about learning and improvement rather than blame and punishment, because actually when people bring a complaint to us, they actually want they want redress. They usually want an apology, which I don't think is too much to ask when things go wrong. They want a fulsome apology, not a if, as you said, Helen. And they want the same thing not to happen to somebody else. Time and time again, that's what families will say to us. We don't want somebody else going through what our loved one went through.
No.
Yeah, that reminds me of a terrible moment in the Manchester Arena inquiry where Safi Roussos' dad said, you know, my daughter is not a lesson from which you get to learn. So we all talk about lessons learned and having a learning culture. He was more interested that we get it right. And nobody was interested in compensation. No one was interested in compensation. They wanted to know what had gone wrong and how we could fix it and how we could be better. That's fundamentally, and there were over 1,000 victims in Manchester if you talk about psychological and physical trauma combined. That's what they wanted. And I instinctively feel that, I mean, particularly because it comes out of the Bishop's recommendations in Hillsborough and policing's sort of contribution to that particular catastrophe, policing shouldn't be arguing about having the duty of candour as part of its ethical and cultural backdrop. And I think it's going to take a whole new generation to understand that. When I left, I hope this has changed, but when I left, Chiefs Council was still arguing about the duty of candour. One of the delegates on my leadership course was the lead chief officer for implementing the duty of candour, and he gave a presentation on it on the course, and there was a 40-page document behind it, which immediately made me freeze, because I think we've missed the point, which is exactly your point about process, not culture. You know, and you shouldn't be given the extraordinary powers of a police officer if you're not willing to be held accountable for when you exercise those powers, or when you have not exercised them, or when you've exercised them poorly. So there's a bit of a carrot and stick for me about training a whole generation of police officers and their leaders about how important the duty of candour is to winning public trust and confidence, which is the only reason you can police in the British policing model. So there's the, you know, it's going to make it easier for you as a police officer if you understand that winning the public's confidence demands this. So there is something about that. But there does have to be a stick as well, which if you're not willing to be candid when you make mistakes, if you're not willing to look in the mirror and try and change your organisation, then you shouldn't be in it.
Neil, one of the mechanisms by which leaders of frontline services are sometimes held to account is through parliamentary select committees.
I'm very familiar with them.
How effective do you think those are in terms of how they're relatively adversarial? I would say. Do you think the way in which they go about inquiries is the best way of improving ethical standards?
No, I don't. So I'm going to be slightly controversial. The one I thought was most effective was the Intelligence and Security Committee, which I wasn't actually... I know you were. I wasn't just saying that because you were sitting there. But my point being is, well, you'll know this then, because effectively you don't have to grandstand on that committee because it's not in public. You're actually asking detailed questions.
Sorry, maybe if you're going to speak, maybe bring a microphone back over, just so that those who are listening online can hear. And if you could say who you are as well, that would be...
Ian Bladford, member of the Committee of Standards in Public Life. No, I'm really grateful that Neil has said that, because, you know, it was a real joy and privilege, Neil, to be on that committee and to see how that operated, because it was done away from the public glare. It wasn't a select committee, it was a Parliament of the House. So with members of Parliament and members of the House of Commons. In my experience, and not just in my experience, but I know from colleagues that have been on it previously and since then, the committee never divided once. We always reached a consensus. And the relationship, because of the responsibility that the members took and the job the Secretariat did, that when you talk about, you know, the reviews, Neil, and everything else, the interaction with all the agencies, of which there were 7, as you know, was outstanding. And that was a good example of where everyone understood the responsibility that they had. And that ability to affect change, Neil, just as you defined, was really an important.
And I think what was really important was the fact that all of that, I mean, it sounds completely the counterintuitive argument about transparency, but the point is nobody who was questioning you was trying to make a point that was going to be in the front page of the newspaper the next day. They were making the point because they really wanted the answer. And we knew that as the people giving the evidence.
So maybe that's something We need to reflect on another time as well, because how could we extend that into other parts of our public discourse? I'm not sure what the answer is, but you know, it was a real joy just to see that, and the respect there was between the committee and the agencies and the working together. Yeah. A lot of learning to come out of that.
And I would, you know, my professional day job is to be accountable to the Home Affairs Select Committee, and it does depend on how good the chair is and how good the secretariat is. But generally speaking, you don't. This is my great complaint about modern life. You know, I mean, most people's attention span is too short. The questions aren't detailed enough. You don't get enough time on the issue, so you don't get to give the evidence that's really required to affect change. And most people are trying to get a soundbite for the evening news, and that is incredibly damaging. So on the adversarial point of politics, there are certain things in my view that should be party agnostic, and one of them is the national security of your country. So, you know, I came from counter-terrorism policing, but I put law enforcement, serious and organised crime, which was my background before counter-terrorism, and just generally keeping the streets safe as part of the government's first responsibility. And I think the House should be able to get behind whatever government is trying to make that better and not make party political points because of the adversarial nature of our politics. I think it's a mistake on certain issues.
Helen, does that resonate with you as well?
Yes, yes. And it resonates at different levels. So, I mean, I have sat in front of the Health and Social Care Select Committee and the committee, not Public Accounts, I have sat in the Public Accounts Committee, but also the, I can't remember the name of it, Public Administration.
PACAC.
Yeah. But I've also, and these have been tougher, sat in front of local health overview and scrutiny committees in the local authorities. And, you know, the really powerful members there are the people who were saying to me, demonstrate to me why what you're saying is right for my residents, not the people who were trying to make a political point. But we did spend quite a lot of time managing the people who were trying to make a political point, and that, you know, actually didn't really benefit the residents in the end in the same way that the people who said, show me why it's right.
Yeah, I mean, as Ombudsman, you know, we investigate and we're not political. You know, we're objective, impartial, and we will make decisions, sometimes unpopular decisions, based on the evidence. So, you know, we deal with politicians all the time, but we will never let them influence our investigations. So we're very much, you know, up here in terms of the bridge.
Probably got time for a couple more questions, if there are any in the audience. Okay, if not, I definitely have some more questions. I want to talk about a bit about more about good practice from your sectors, and whether you think there is particular examples or particular organisations that have been effective in improving their ethical standards that we could learn from more broadly in the public sector. Yeah, I might come to you first.
I was hoping you wouldn't. So, examples of good practice. Yeah, I think Police Scotland are making real. I've always found them very progressive in terms of the way they're trying to improve the culture of frontline officers and how they're trained. They have an amazing program called Act, Don't React, which has been developed by a couple of people I happen to know very well from, you know, who are behavioural scientists. So they're putting some effort into evidence-led how police officers will deal with confrontation in a way that doesn't raise the ante. So de-escalation, but also in terms of treating marginalised communities differently. So it's less the sledgehammer to crack a nut of the old community and race relations training, and actually a completely different way of operating. I think that's fundamentally going to be game-changing for Police Scotland. I've been to see them demonstrated. I've seen the feedback from officers who've been through it, many of whom are quite experienced and said, I wish I'd had this on day one. It's the kind of thing you want to teach recruits. So I think that's excellent. I think in response to some of the horrors that we've had recently, a complete re-look at the vetting procedure has been necessary. And I think bringing that kind of rigour in is important. So I think that's got great potential, particularly if vetting becomes a normalised process and not a once in a career moment. So I think that's got potential. But at the end of the day, policing has done some great. I mentioned the national decision-making model, improving the decision-making in policing for the benefit of the public. The command and control systems, the gold, silver, bronze, metallic command structure that we use for critical incidents is very forward-facing, and I've seen that be much more effective in policing than in other emergency services and even the military at times. So we do some things very well where at the heart, and I'm an expert in covert policing. So if you think of the kind of thing, you know, I'm the kind of person who authorises, you know, the bugging, burgling, the introduction of undercover officers, the introduction of the turning of some of your friends against you if you happen to be a criminal. There has to be very robust standards around that, and I think we do that very well. I was first trained on that in 2000 after the Human Rights Act, and I've lectured parliamentarians on the process that it takes. I think people think we just go out one day and we put these kind of measures in place. We don't. There is a very long authorization process and lots of checks and balances, but it's based on the fact that we were all trained in our responsibilities under the Human Rights Act, and I think that's something we don't talk about very often. We only talk about it when it goes wrong, when someone has deviated from those principles. But if I told you how many thousands of operations happened across the United Kingdom in a year, and I'm not talking about the intelligence agencies, I'm just talking about core policing, the number that goes wrong is remarkably small, and it's because of that training in ethical standards based on the Human Rights Act. It's why I always get very nervous when people say we should derogate from that. I think it's one of the fundamentally greatest things Britain has contributed to. So we should not do that. It will make your policing worse.
Tricky one in health. And I'm not going to pick out a single organisation for all sorts of reasons, including that every organisation in the NHS has some good and some bad. But I think there is a sector which is particularly interesting in that space, and this is the mental health sector. So, and it's interesting because you see the extremes. You see organisations and places where there is demonstrably really unethical behaviour happening and people are really getting harmed. And you see organisations and areas where actually really tricky decisions about people's lives, the lives of the people around them, are being taken using an ethical framework, complying with the Mental Health Act, and with compassion and engagement with the person themselves and the families around them. So I think there is a lot that the physical health side of the NHS, which is what we often think about when we think of the NHS, could learn from the mental health sector, both in terms of applying legal and ethical frameworks and doing that in a compassionate way. Also things the mental health sector can learn from itself.
Despite the many challenges in the sector, we do see pockets of good practice. The problem is it is piecemeal, it's inconsistent and it's convoluted. Yeah. And so to single out one organisation for the same reason that you said, Helen, would be quite wrong. What we do to improve things across the whole piece is that the findings of our reports are shared by councils, social care providers with their scrutiny committees. We also give suggested questions which go with our reports, so actually councillors, leaders are asking the right questions of the executive about what they're doing in terms of our recommendations. And also it's a good way of local citizens to see democracy actually working, seeing that the leadership, the executive leadership is being held to account, etc. And what we have also done is change our reporting so it ties in with local authorities are actually reporting to their leaders as well, which they say they find particularly helpful.
Thank you. Well, on that note, I'm going to bring this discussion to a close. Next up, we'll be doing some breakout discussions about the future of the ethical standards system. For those here in person, we'll be splitting into separate group discussions, and Tim will be giving more information on that shortly. For those who are online, stay tuned for an interactive discussion featuring IFG colleagues and Doug Chalmers, Chair of the Committee on Standards in Public Life, where you'll be able to contribute your thoughts. And we'll all be coming back together in half an hour to feedback from those separate discussions. So Tim's about to come on stage and tell everyone where to go. But before that, can everyone please join me in thanking our three fantastic panellists.
Just if you just stay in your seats for 1 second. So yeah, as Nick says, we're going to have breakout discussions to kind of pick up on some of the themes we've been discussing today. For those online, bear with us, but for those in the room, you have a choice of 3. So next door, my colleague Nehal will be hosting a conversation with Lady Arden and Ian Blackford from CSPL about the emerging threats and opportunities in the standards landscape. Downstairs in the dining room, where lunch was earlier, my colleague Sophie is hosting a conversation with Ewan Ferguson from CSPL about public service leadership. And in the room next to the dining room, I'm going to be hosting a conversation with Ruth Dombey and Mark Philp from CSPL. We'll be talking about politics and partisanship and how that affects standards. For those online, we'll have people here to talk to you, and there'll be lots of opportunity to send in your thoughts. And then, as Nick said, half an hour afterwards, we'll come back and have a feedback discussion with everyone. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to this special online discussion as part of our Ethics and Standards Conference. I'm Catherine Haddon, Programme Director here at the Institute. Now, as my colleague Tim Durrant said, we've launched an online poll for those of you watching remotely to participate. I can see many of you already voting. Thank you very much. We'll keep that open for a little bit longer. We'll also be taking questions from you online. Anyone who was here from the previous session, huge apologies. We've managed to get the Slido working again, so I can see your questions. So we want this. This is your opportunity. There's no one else in the room. This is your opportunity to talk to us and to engage with the issues that we are talking about. And I've got an excellent panel for me to continue the discussion. Doug Chalmers, as those of you who were here at the beginning will know, is the chair of the Committee in Standards in Public Life following a long and distinguished career in the British Army. We've got Baroness Beckett, Margaret Beckett, who was a Labour MP for over 45 years and a former Foreign Secretary, among many, many other roles. And my colleague, Paddy McAlary, is a research assistant here at the Institute working on our Ministers and Academy programmes and previously a fellow at the Parliamentary Office for Science and Technology. So an excellent panel for us to get talking. And I'm going to kick off. We've had quite a few votes on our multiple choice. You will be pleased to know, those of you who are members of the CSPL, that in the question, the Nolan Principles are still a relevant guide for those in public life. 100% of our audience. There may be a little bit of bias in the people that watch an online conference about public standards, but 100% think that they are still relevant, so that's good. In terms of which are the biggest challenge, which of these is the biggest challenge to standards in public life, we talked about emerging technology, including AI, 15% said that. Lack of political consensus on the importance of standards, nobody thought that was the biggest challenge. Low public trust in politicians, we might come back to this, 25%. Other submitters' question, I'll have to look at that in the questions, was 5%. That might have been one person, not sure. But the biggest, by far, 55%, was changing political culture, including overseas, I wonder who they're talking about, in which ethical behaviour is not a priority. So, yeah, bit of a consensus there. Why don't we start off talking about that? I mean, obviously, certainly to our audience, standards still matter. Political behaviour seems to be one of the sort of issues. Doug, I said I'd come back to you on talking about John Major, but actually, Margaret, as somebody who has seen that political culture over a long period of time, is it our perception of it is changing? Is there anything? I don't feel like anything's massively changed in terms of the makeup of our politicians. We've still got people going into public life because they want to make a difference.
Yes. No, I think you're right. I think it's as much perception as anything else. And one of the things I have to admit that deeply irritates me is the sort of acceptance that perception is what matters, not what is reality. In my simple-minded way, I've always thought that the reality was what really mattered.
Yeah.
And okay, perception can be important and can do great harm, or perhaps occasionally very good. But the idea that that's what matters most, I object to.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. Paddy, go on.
Yeah, can I just jump in that? It's like, and I think I'm going to push against the audience here a little bit, because I completely understand this idea that changing political culture is one of these big changes that are happening because it feels so immediate at the moment. Like once you wake up and open your iPhone or Android user and you see that BBC News pop up, I mean, it's hard not to kind of be confronted with that, right? But two of the things that are listed there actually, I think, kind of interact in a really kind of, in a way that at least worries me quite a lot. So the first of these, and this has been a theme throughout the day, has been low trust in politicians. And then also the fact that increasingly we're seeing this lack of party consensus when it actually comes to standards. And Peter Riddle wrote, I think, earlier this week or last week, this really interesting piece for the Constitution Unit where he basically says that for people in government, Labour members, they don't really see standards as their issue. It's like, it's a Tory thing, it wasn't them. And then you've got the other side where people in opposition kind of look at the governing party and are like, well, they're in government, this is kind of their issue. So you have this situation where arguably like no one is really taking hold of standards and applying them to themselves. And I think this kind of interacts with this point about public trust, because if no one is taking ownership of standards, then public trust is deteriorating, which then creates this kind of vicious doom loop where things keep getting worse. So I completely understand why the audience are going for political culture.
If I may, I think for me, I thought for a while that this issue of trying to regain trust in politics isn't about a discussion of ethics. It seems to me that people will trust politics and politicians more when they think the things that are the most important to them are the most important to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
And that's quite separate from the Nolan Principles.
Is it?
That's just kind of hardline politics, I think.
Yes, I think actually it's come out a little bit earlier in the day. I think Margaret's onto something, but I would add a slight flavour to it. Is I think most people want the delivery of the public services that they are expecting. And
Yes.
that stands really front and centre for them. They don't really care about the name of the department that's delivering it.
No.
They want to know that the public services that they think they're entitled to have, and there's been a discussion about, are done. And when they feel they're not being done, that's when I do bring in the Nolan Principles, because if they don't understand why they're not being done, or they, and I know this is a perceived word, but if they perceive some of the judgments fall short of the Nolan Principles way of trying, and you heard I mentioned earlier on in my opening comments that the public won't like all the decisions, but if they're framed within the Nolan Principles and that they are therefore not, they can't be perceived as being the personal individuals of an individual or the party per se, but in the public interest, then I think we're on safe ground.
Yeah.
So I think most of the public really want delivery of services. Where they get really dissatisfied is when they feel that the reason they're not getting those services is either personal interest is trumping or political interest is trumping what is in public interest. Yeah.
Well, we had on the question, do you think a more fractured politics makes ethical standards harder to uphold? 74% said yes, 26% said no. So, I mean, I guess it's one of those questions you could really unpack about what they mean by a more fractured politics and how that might interact with ethical standards.
Can I jump in on that?
Yeah, please.
Because I think this is, I mean, I would say this because I chair this committee. Margaret's been in the committee for a very long time. And actually, Sir John Major earlier on talked about the original bit, and actually, picking Lord Nolan was right, came with the principles, came with the golden threads. And I think they really are a public good. If you look around many other parts of the world, and I think some of the audience will be thinking of other parts of the world, they do not have a set of principles and a set of threads that are agreed amongst all of our political parties, and all of our public bodies have agreed with them. And I dare say our free press and media have also agreed with them. And I think you had 100% of the people in the poll agreeing with them.
Yeah.
Many countries don't have that, so they don't even have the start point. And therefore, as all the political parties have agreed with them, I think as it's one of the few things that we can get cross-party consensus on, and protecting in that and deepening that, I think as we go into the future is really important. And what I, not just what John Major said, but actually what the Minister said earlier on about valuing them and valuing the work going into the future, I think for me, was really reassuring to hear, actually.
Well, 2 points. And one, because I just want to bring in somebody who's asked a question online, which was, should we challenge those who don't think that ethical behaviour matters? If so, how can we do that effectively? Now, I don't know who the anonymous questioner was referring to, but John Major earlier on did talk about previous governments. He's been here at the Institute previously during the Johnson administration and talking about Conservative governments. And there was a feeling, and he referred to it as sort of, bending the rules or pushing the rules and so forth. So I think it's also, though, that difference between saying, yes, of course we agree with it, but then being seen, whether it's perception or what, but being seen to actually not live up to it or not necessarily interpret that in your own behaviour. The second thing I thought was interesting that John Major said earlier on was, he talked about the reason for setting up the committee was because the burglar can't go and investigate the crime. And yet, if it is to increase trust in politicians, going back to Paddy's point, it is also for politicians to show that they can solve these issues and not just that they have to be imposed on them by, some higher courts or something like that. So I wonder whether there is still that role for politicians to sort of constantly show that reaffirmation. Even though we say that it is great that it exists in this country, you still need to keep reaffirming it in words, but also in deeds.
Great.
And I suppose just going into that a little bit more, that becomes difficult when certain people, I guess, are not following standards or ethics or good ethics within your own party in a political context, right? And I found Alberto Costa's reflections really, really interesting in that context because You know, if I...
It was very good.
Yeah, if I'm the leader of, let's say, the Labour Party and the leader of, you know, the Conservative Party is doing bad things, it's very easy for me to take out my standard stick and beat them with it.
Yeah.
But I think that point in the sense where, you know, there's real political jeopardy, there's real career jeopardy for actually being willing to take that step and call out what you consider to be bad behaviour within your own ranks.
Within your own ranks,
Absolutely.
yeah, absolutely. We have seen that at times. There's another comment more from another anonymous. It seems the public, brackets, and some MPs do not understand the Nolan Principles and the purpose behind them. Again, you know, we could try and unpack what the person might be referring to. But question to you, Doug, what efforts are going to be made in the public domain to correct this so that the media and the public stop peddling misinformation? I mean, you talked about those golden threads, one of which was education and training. Somebody mentioned sort of constitutional understanding for ministers. It's certainly something I've tried to work on over the years. But, you know, how do we educate people about it? Do we just assume that people understand what the Nolan Principles mean in terms of your sort of day-to-day behaviour and how that should be interpreted?
No, and I think, actually, and that conversation we had earlier on, I think for me this is a generational challenge rather than a one-turn-fits-all, because you can't compel people to come in and sit down by the time you're in the House of Commons. We do our best, unlike the induction of the new MPs. There was a number of bits in there. I all gave them cards. We had a chat about it. We sort of talked it through. The Parliamentary Commissioner offers sort of options of going vignette sort of work onto it. But those are, people have to want to go into it. By the nature, if they want to go to it, they're self-selected, and the chances are that they are the ones that probably understand it and are refining that level of understanding to it. I think if I take a step back, I mean, one of the reasons we're doing this this is part of a year-long of activities.
Yeah.
We've done, we've got a little sort of exercise a series of vignettes that we take into schools, we've taken it to a number of universities, where we introduce them to the Nolan Principles, because I think you're quite right. The people who have dialed into this do know what the Nolan Principles are. Yeah. You go wider out of that. They understand them once they're explained to them. They may not have recognised what they were when they do. But actually, that's why I've been going into schools and universities and give them ethical problems to get shown. So we're doing that over this year as well, partly just to lift awareness of them, and for our own health, just to check that actually for the younger generation, and if we go into 16-year-olds, which is about to become potentially very pertinent, I think that's quite an important thing to do.
Yeah.
And then building on that, but I don't think there's enough in schools. I lived in America for a while, actually, where, good or bad, the understanding of civics and the teaching of the Constitution is done. Here, not really. And therefore, understanding the difference between local government, member of parliament, Nolan Principles, public life, etc., there is something there which I would like to see us more to do. And then that's what I mean by generational, because if we get it into school, add on 10, 15, 20 years, you've then got a better understanding of people who are then standing for public life or in public life. So I'm afraid there's not a quick answer to this. We're doing the little bits where we can, and I applaud what we're doing, what we can. And, you know, the advocate or the champion of the Nolan Principles, we obviously do. And I like what some of the commissioners are doing in terms of running sort of vignette type stuff. But to really change it, I'm afraid, is going to take a longer term approach.
And if I could just say, where I think there isn't political consensus, I'm afraid, would be with the idea that we should do something active like that through the education system. Historically, I'm afraid the Conservative Party has tended to the view that political education is a wicked and shocking thing. You shouldn't be allowed to pollute the minds of the innocent young with such notions. And so I think there isn't political consensus, although there is around the existence and reality and need for the Nolan Principles.
This isn't entirely relevant, but I remember that we used to have to do a citizenship class once every 2 weeks in school, and in the exam at the end of the year, you got a mark for writing your name. So that was kind of the level of what it was at.
Yeah, very
I
good.
also remember being blunt about it and not perhaps very tactful. The day I realised Boris was about to become the Prime Minister, I wondered what was the point of being on this committee.
All right, I'm going to...
Thank God you stayed.
Just because I want to make sure the audience is getting their say, so I'm going to run through the last couple of questions. So this is an interesting one. In your experience, are there enough good leaders who role model ethical behaviour in public life? We had no, 29%, don't know, 29%, yes, 43%. So
if I can just...
bit of a mixed bag there.
I'm not going to necessarily answer this, but I would encourage the audience to actually provide some examples of it, they'd be happy to. I'd just be interested in who we're actually thinking about as good leaders in this context, because in my mind, I tend to go to very famous people like Chris Whitty, David Attenborough maybe, but I think there's people at all levels of public life that you don't necessarily get rewarded for doing good work, as we said earlier, right? There's no real, there is an incentive, but you don't get a reward for doing that. So I'd be really interested to hear who people actually think embody this.
Well, I've got a few comments that have come through as well, but just quickly, which of the 7 principles of public life do you feel will be particularly important in the coming years? Honesty, 10%, objectivity, 0%, which is interesting given talk about misinformation and disinformation. Openness, 5%. Selflessness, 0%. Integrity and accountability both got 33%, so they were the top ones, and then leadership, 19%. But somebody did ask how, the principles are great at first glance, but aren't they prone to be interpreted in different ways? For example, there is no objective metric for integrity. So everyone's seeing it as very important, but questioning whether or not you can define it. I mean, you've turned the page as if you're going to come out with the textbook definition of integrity.
That's a good call. I think, this is one of the things that we talked about going around the schools and doing this. I think they've done this polling which goes back a while ago, and actually the longer term polling actually came up with honesty as being a really important thing, which is interesting. That's different to what just popped out of there. But I think, although the big names of the principles has stayed the same, actually the committee has overseen the evolution of the descriptors that sit underneath them, and those have changed over time, and I think they will continue to be updated to better reflect, and that's one of the reasons we're going around schools and universities, just kick the tires a bit, just to make sure they make sense. So I think, but the next bit I would say is, and your leader says, how do you qualify them, is for me there are codes of conduct sort of sit here, then there's rules and regulations sort of sit here, and then principles sit up here. Now, what we really want to do, and I think most people live in between codes of conduct or guided by codes of conduct, and they aspire to reach the principles. The principles are, if you really read them and you think about them really deeply, they are a very high bar for everyone to meet every single day. But it makes you conscious about where you should be going to and where you should reflect on. And I think the qualification comes when you get into codes of conduct that are more specific to that particular area of public life, whether it be police, nursing, House of Commons, House of Lords, and so on and so forth. They have to be slightly tailored, which is where the specification of. Principles, by their essence, if you over-define them, they actually then start dropping down into being rules and regulations.
Yeah, well...
And it also, last bit is, I forgot what I meant, what I was trying to get, my big point, is that gap that sits in between, as I described there, that's personal responsibility.
Yeah.
And there's a danger if you overqualify this, then we are starting to remove out the personal responsibility to live up to principles within the guidelines of a code of conduct that rest above rules or regulations.
Yeah, and it can become just a tick box exercise. If I've done all of these things, but does that really add up to integrity? Somebody's asked, they say in Scotland they've added 2 extra principles to Nolan 7's, respect and duty. So they ask, what do you make of those additions?
Yeah, because that's why I turned my page.
Yes.
That you understand. We're kicking the tires, as I said earlier on. I came from life in the military, which you talked about sort of earlier. And actually, the first time I came into touch with the Nolan Principles was when the Army was redoing its values and standards, which was they were separated by a couple of years, but the same bits of work came over. And actually, the Army picked, unsurprisingly, a number which don't apply to the whole of public life, things like discipline, loyalty, but they also put in courage. And as you'd think that would be obvious because we're talking about physical courage, actually the Army really focused on moral courage. And I think so there are all these other elements that I think that can be added in.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the evolution of the descriptors matters. But having the 7, they'll never be complete, and I think that's another evolution of it. And I keep my eyes open for it. And it meant earlier on about trust and confidence. For me, they also actually, the sum of that is public service.
Yeah.
And therefore just trying to work out what are the helpful principles to steer people to deliver service for the public. matter into it. So that's why I turned my page just to...
No, absolutely. I can see how courage also could come as part of leadership.
It is.
Because
The moral
it's that
courage.
understanding that, there's people that are going to be affected by the decisions that you make. And
But even things like, Alberta's honesty about that was moral courage. Moral courage of people to speak up about something when they see something go wrong. And our recent report on recognising and responding to early warning signs talks a lot about, and sadly, a lot of the inquiries that we had a long conversation about just now, all the inquiries proved that someone in the system knew that it wasn't going well, and then how do you get a culture for that that goes against, that might be career risking or perceived to be, that takes moral courage.
Yeah, well, another suggestion for your review. Somebody says the 7 principles are too well established to revise without very good reason, but they say major overlap between honesty and integrity, and also between selflessness and objectivity. Interesting, that one on selflessness and objectivity. I see those as somewhat different, but it's a very good point. Okay, we've got an actual question. How has the rise of social media impacted on how public servants uphold the principles and ethical standards? I don't know whether that's wanting to sort of delve into the public services or not, or whether we're still thinking about the whole of it. I mean...
How has it affected how they uphold them?
Yeah.
Probably made it much more difficult, because it makes everything more difficult.
Well, I suppose, I mean, there's so many interesting components to social media, isn't there? There is obviously such a strong desire to respond rapidly, and yet at the same time, and again, John Major was talking about this earlier on, at the same time, that means you're going to be making mistakes. You're going to be not having the full picture, not being able to give a full answer. And there is still integrity in honesty about not knowing the answers. We certainly saw this during COVID, where, people didn't know in the early stages, a lot of information about what would happen with the virus, the R number. There was so little information early on, and there's a really interesting question still going on in certainly the academic and epidemiological sort of parts of the world about how honest government needs to be when it doesn't have information, but it's a very, very serious situation going on. How do you balance sort of conveying confidence, especially in a very fast-moving situation that is being lived out on social media, whilst also having the integrity to sort of be honest about how little you know? It's a real difficult one for politicians. It's all right. You don't. That was probably me thinking aloud. You don't need to respond to that. All right, another one come in. Nolan should not be new concepts. If anyone is a member of a professional body, they have standards and codes of conduct they have to follow, e.g. accountancy, law teaching. That's true. And there is also obeying the law. I talked about this during the height of sort of tail end of the Brexit years, Boris Johnson government, partygate, all of that, when we were really in the weeds talking about this stuff, and people wanting new codes and, wanting the ministerial code to be put on a statutory basis. And
I still want the ministerial code to be put on a statutory basis for what it's worth.
Do you mean actually the content of it?
No, not the content. The fact that one must
seems to me crazy.
do it.
Yes,
not the content, not the content.
But as somebody pointed out to me, like most of the things that you're talking about politicians being held to account on, they're part of the law. The ways in which you can't misuse public funds, you can't, distort public services for your own means. It's all backed up. Well, a lot of it is backed up by the law.
There's a risk I'm using my hands again, and my wife would shoot me for using my hands.
That's right.
It's I touched on it earlier on. I think that there is the law, and then there are the rules and regulations that wrap around any organisation, and then the codes of conduct that sort of guide it through. But I think what the principles stand for, and it is this contract between the public and those that serve the public, is those are the effective broader principles that should frame the choices made on behalf of the public in their interest. I think, and that's not a rule or a law. It's about making sure that, because and you've seen this, where sometimes the answer is we are obeying the law and we're meeting the rules and regulations. Yeah, okay, but that's not necessarily in line with the principles of making decisions in public interest. So I think there is a higher bar that. And it was touched on earlier on, actually. I found, in the military, I found having the values and standards really helpful, because when it all is quite chaotic and quite difficult, and and you're into really complex choices where there is no good answer, there's never enough resource, you're going to have to make a compromise in some shape, size or form. Stepping back 10 feet and looking again at them through the lens of values and standards, I found really helpful. They've definitely helped me sleep with myself and be better off in the longer term. And I think these exist for the same reason. You get wrapped into a whole raft of really difficult choices, and and the politics comes back into it, and all those bits of things. Just taking that moment, just step back and saying, am I doing this in line with the principles? Can I then explain to a media journalist than before that I've done this using the principles? And that's a helpful check for me.
I want to ask Margaret a question on that.
This is just to jump very quickly in on what Doug was saying, just to agree, largely, I think, and I'm very happy for the audience to disagree with me on this one, but I think it's a very IFG conversation to be like, which principle should we add? Which should we take away? How should we play around with this code of conduct or not? But I do think fundamentally these 7 principles are quite intuitive to the public, and there's something incredibly valuable about that. Like if you see a BBC article that says the ministerial code is breached, you don't necessarily know what that means. If you said that someone acted without integrity, you do know what that means. Like I think almost in your soul. Sorry.
No, absolutely. Margaret, I want to talk in particular about ministers and the point that Doug was making there about how you are held to account on it, because as part of my job, one of the things that we often do is talk to new or potential ministers, and some of that is about understanding the ministerial code, particularly if you're coming from opposition, understanding that you are now in charge of public funds, you have access to government resources, the Nolan Principles already apply to you, but how you actually operate that in the conduct of government. And one of the things that's really interesting about the ministerial code is it frequently talks about the perception of. So it talks about you mustn't, be guilty of the misuse of public funds or the perception of it, and it comes up a number of times. And the way we explain that to people coming into government is to understand, almost to Doug's point, like, how will you justify this if you're in front of Parliament or you're going on Newsnight or to your constituents? And I think that's probably, part and parcel of it for ministers, but I suppose for MPs as well, is that ultimately you probably more so than any other public servant will be held to account, will be asked to justify yourself.
Yeah, not in the context of the Nolan Principles, but some particularly difficult practical situation. I remember once saying very crossly to a quite senior civil servant, because I'd said, we must take this action. There's no way that we can defend and not doing it. And I don't remember what he said, but it was basically, he didn't really think. He thought it was going over the top. And I said, well, it's all very well for you. You're not going to be standing at the dispatch box saying to the House of Commons, well, yes, actually, we knew what the casualty figures would be if so and so and so and so. But we thought it was too difficult to do anything about it.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be either, by the way.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think it does really focus minds, that sort of how will you justify it, especially on that point about integrity, but really for all of them. Okay, we've only got a minute or so left, so I'm just going to make sure that we acknowledge the other questions here. There's a really interesting point from somebody who says, does it help to say it's not about blame, it's about learning and doing better? Though they then say, but where are the consequences? No one going to prison, fines, compensation, post office scandal, no one held to account, removed damehood, Horizon still being used. So I don't know whether they're asking for consequences or whether
I think there's a real conflict here. One of the things that I have hated about the way that political discourse has developed in recent years is that there's a vindictiveness about who exactly is to blame. Tell me this person's name, so that I know that they're. And by the way, not only should they lose their job, but they should lose their pension as well. And there's a real vindictiveness and nastiness about it. But on the other hand, there's this very legitimate concern that comes up all the time, especially on some of these difficult issues, about how nobody did pay a price, except the people who were the victims of whatever it was.
And I think
so. That's a really difficult conflict, I find.
And I suppose that also comes down to it. Some of this that we're talking about is the power imbalance. If you are the public watching it from afar, you feel like you don't have the ability to act. If you are the people in power, you certainly feel held to account, but there's a slight power imbalance there, isn't there? I think I'm going to pause. I almost answered your question, but I think I'm going to pause.
I was just about to launch into it.
Go on.
Because I think I mean, we've had a good discussion about it here today, and I think our most recent report, last plug on it, I think sort of does talk. It's mostly aimed about how we get better at protecting the future rather than the past. And this balance about fixing the past, and the last panel had a good choice about it.
Yeah.
Most people want things not to happen
That's
again.
right.
But every now and again, sometimes there really is a clear person. And sometimes it's quite hard because time has taken so long. And some of these inquiries we're talking about now haven't happened in a 24-hour cycle. There have been incremental judgments made over a period of time that then led to catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
And then how do we get that through? The quite depressing thing for me, and it came out a bit on the report, is some of the recommendations from inquiries, I think, should sit very firmly on boards, and they should answer them. And sometimes the answer would be, we've done this because actually the inquiry happened then, the inquiry published here, which is 5 years after this, we've done these things over this time. But some of those recommendations are left without board oversight and thing. And sadly, in a couple of times, we've seen them repeat. That then, I think, that brings a new level of culpability and accountability, which I do think is less forgivable.
Yeah, no, agree. All right, look, there's still some great questions there, but I'm going to save them for the next panel, because don't worry if you're watching at home. We're going to pause for a minute. We're going to gather back everyone else who's been having some other conversations around the building. I'm going to have another panel here in a minute, and we're going to continue this conversation. But thank you to the three of you. It's been really enjoyable. Thank you very much to you at home for taking part in the poll and for all your brilliant questions. And we'll see you again in a minute. session. Probably you in the room. I'm Catherine Haddon. I'm a programme director here at the Institute. Welcome. We've now brought back in our in-person audience who've been off having their own really interesting discussions, and I'm going to try and represent the discussion that we had online. We had three. One was about what are the emerging threats and opportunities in the standards landscape, and Lady Arden of Heswell, former Supreme Court Justice and a member of CSPL, joined that discussion, so we'll come to her in a minute. My colleague Tim Durrant, a fellow programme director here at the IFG, was talking with people about how do politics and partisanship affect the way standards are perceived, and spoiler alert, that was an interest of people online. And then finally, what does ethical public service leadership look like? Ewan Ferguson, another CSPL member, a leading lawyer and member of the Lord Chancellor's Advisory Committee, was in that conversation. And I have to say that one of the questions that we had from our online poll was, in your experience, are there enough good leaders who role model ethical behaviour in public life? 43% of our online audience thought yes, and then it was a bit mixed. No was 30% and 26% don't know. So I don't know whether you take those cumulatively as a negative or whether you think that actually 43% is pretty good. The good news from our online poll is that 100% of our audience, self-selecting audience, think that the Nolan Principles are still a relevant guide for those in public life. So thank you very much from those at home. Lady Arden, can I start with you about emerging threats and opportunities? We had somebody asked a question about social media. Certainly, when talking about the fractured politics, 73% of our online audience thought that fractured politics makes ethical standards harder to uphold. There was quite a few people were referring to challenges abroad, I think was the euphemism that they were using, I assume for talking about the USA, but what was your discussion and what came out of it?
Well, let me give you just a nutshell. We had an excellent audience for which many thanks. The ideas are theirs, or my co-presenter, Ian Blackford, who kindly did this session with me. We did it together. Ian came up, first of all, with a point which I think I have taken away from today, namely, it is important to look at this as post-devolution, whereas the Nolan Principles were pre-devolution, and to look at what the role of the committee might be in relation, as he put it, to the devolved nations. I would also put it, as purely representing England and Wales, that we've got things to learn from the devolved nations as well. And I'm glad that that point was made at the beginning of our session. In terms of challenges, we obviously identified that it's a continuing process of applying the principles. The principles are principles, and you have to interpret and apply them to new situations as they arise, e.g., local government, lobbying, gambling at elections, all those sort of new points. You have to think about the principles in a new context. So it's very much part of the role. And then I happen to say that in one of the matters I had been currently concerned with was AI and disinformation and the impact that would have on democratic rights. We then had a very interesting discussion about disinformation and the social media, and also about populism. And the way it was put was rather interesting. It was said that there's a failure of trust in public life, not simply because of all the issues around misconduct, but also because governments simply can't deliver or don't deliver. And that leads to lack of confidence, and a lack of confidence in political institutions leads to populism. That was roughly the argument. And you're quite right, it was brought on really by the comparison overseas with Trump. How has he got support for tearing up rules, disbanding hugely worthwhile institutions, and attacking others? To which I would just say that the leading question in that is, of course, has he got support, and what will happen there? But we didn't go into the American situation in any depth. Melissa thought that one of the ways of, in our audience, thought one of the ways of stopping the rot was the idea she came up with this morning about presenting awards to politicians who comply with the principles or demonstrate them in a particular way.
Yeah.
And we discussed that, and we also went on to discuss what had happened following the committee's 2020 report, in which we had identified that the Nolan Principles were still relevant, but that you had to take care of objectivity, openness and transparency. And we went on to have a very brief discussion about the government's new algorithmic reporting transparency standard, and that is to be found on the Cabinet website. It's a little underwhelming because it's only on the website, and if you, the individual, want to find out what AI has been used and how it impacts you, you have the burden of taking this initiative yourself. You won't be told. And that was something that I wanted to develop, and I think I got across, namely that there is a democratic right to receive an explanation for a decision of the state against you. And there was some interesting Turing statistics. One of recently, in 2025, one of them was that only 18% of people surveyed realized that if benefit decisions were made against them, they were likely to have been made by AI. Only 18%. And certainly they also produced a statistic, 72% of people want there to be some regulation of AI. So that's again encouraging standards to get into that field. So we looked at that. It's singularly underwhelming, and it didn't seem to, in the points I was trying to put across, and I think we got some move on this, was that that it is not a satisfactory way of letting individuals know how the decision has been taken, if it's been taken by AI.
No, that was certainly a theme that came out in the last point we got to at the very end of. Some of this is about the disparity of the access to information and knowledge that you have if you're a member of the public, and why, you know, the principles matter to you so much because you're disempowered compared to the people who make these all-important decisions about you. Ewan, I'm going to move to you then to talk about what ethical public service leadership looked like. As I say, 43% thought that there were good leaders who role model ethical behaviour, but still a majority in the know or don't know. And we ended up with a bit of a discussion about, well, it depends who you're thinking about. Was our online audience thinking about national political leaders, or were they thinking about people in their community? But what were you talking about?
Well, actually, so the focus of our discussion was actually we a bit like our two reports, actually, we decided to steer away from politicians for the purposes of the discussion, because actually what we were more interested in were people's direct interactions with the state. And actually, funny enough, when we did the Leading in Practice review, we were a bit conscious that maybe there were loads of things going on in the private sector that it would be useful for the public sector to know about, and maybe they do it better. Actually, what we found was, I mean, of course, there are some amazing things and very well-resourced things going on in the private sector, but there were some fabulous things also going on in the public sector. Sometimes as a result of a crisis, but actually sometimes not. So actually there was some very, very good stuff. So our discussion focused on some things that will have been familiar themes from the discussions we've already had. So how you embed a good culture within organisations. So the importance of tone from the top, which I think we've referred to before in our discussions. The kind of need for leaders to be constantly listening and constantly engaging with the workforce and the managers, encouraging speak up, a sort of constructive approach to things like the analysis of complaints data, open approach to issues. And I think one of the things that came out, which people in our group had practical experience of, was leaders making space for confidential conversations so that people could develop what was called the moral muscle, in terms of exercising the part of their brain that actually pauses for thought when they're about to embark on a certain course of action, actually how important that was. And the second thing that came out was the importance of leadership at all levels. So it's not obviously just the people at the top. It's most people's interactions at work will be with their immediate managers. It's very, very important for their immediate managers also to be helping them reach the right decision. So that was the sort of nub of our
That's really
discussions.
interesting. Doug Chalmers was talking about, we were talking about leadership, and he was talking about how courage was, part of the British Army's thinking, but actually about moral courage, about taking decisions, and it sort of echoes that point about saving space for, as you say, exercising that muscle. Tim, I'm going to turn to you now for the, I don't know, perhaps more intriguing question to debate. As I say, 61% thought that the biggest challenge to standards in public life at the moment is changing political culture, including overseas. Again, I don't know which overseas they're thinking about, in which ethical behaviour is not a priority. And a whopping 73% of our online audience thought that a fractured politics makes ethical standards harder to uphold. What did your group think?
So some of those points definitely came through in our conversation as well. But I want to start with the note of positivity, which is that there was a theme throughout our conversation that, yes, there are challenges, and yes, we face a fractured political landscape and all the rest of it, but there was agreement that the UK generally does have sort of high kind of cultural value placed on standards. So there was lots of discussion about Italian driving, and but as a metaphor for kind of people's expectations of people have high expectations of people in public life, and people in public life themselves. There's agreement in the room that people in public life themselves, like we've heard from this stage throughout the day, generally want to do the right thing. Most people are in public life because they believe in contributing to their country, to their communities, and they want to make things better. And so, let's make things better, but let's start from that recognition that we are very lucky in this country to have the kind of the systems and standards and culture that we do have. A couple of other points I wanted to pick up on, which go to those points from your polling. So one is there was agreement in our conversation that there's a kind of plague on all your houses view of politicians. People don't really differentiate between parties anymore. Sort of traditional party identities are much weaker than they used to be. And several of the elected politicians in the room talked to us about, knocking on doors and people just sort of rolling their eyes and saying, "Oh, you're all the same. You're not going to make anything better." So that sort of sense of politics can't make things better, and therefore we don't have trust in politics and politicians, definitely came through. And I think that goes to your stat about a sort of a wider anti-politics feeling as well. There was also sort of slightly counter or made more difficult by that view was that improvements in this area can only be made on a cross-party basis. Someone made the point that Nick Thomas-Symonds earlier said, the PM is the ultimate sort of guardian of these standards, but the problem is, what if Keir Starmer is no longer the PM? I don't think anyone doubts Keir Starmer's probity, but we will have PMs who are not as upstanding as he is in the future, or we might well have. And so how does Labour build support with other parties so that whoever is in government next and in the future sort of doesn't row back from things? And then building on that, and I will stop here, but building on that is there was a sort of a note of caution that this topic, this discussion, doesn't become seen as a bit of, I guess, an ivory tower, a sort of Whitehall and Westminster kind of conversation where actually what most people want out in the country is politics and government and local government to deliver for them. And the reason that people are turning away from politics is because they are feeling let down, they are feeling that the system is not delivering for them. And so mainstream parties need to, A, make sure they're not sort of ceding the ground to those kind of anti-politics politicians, but also those of us in the room here and in the organisations that we work for and with need to make sure that we're not thinking it's sort of, we have all the answers and sort of everyone needs to get on board with our way of thinking about things, but recognise that for a lot of people, this is not their number one issue, it's not their number 10 issue, but there is a sort of a sense of disappointment in the political system as a whole.
Yeah, that's interesting. It was certainly another issue that came out in our discussion was about accountability, and a few people made the point online about, what's the balance between sort of learning lessons from poor accountability and maybe, again, too much of a blame culture stops people learning lessons about how they could have responded better. But at the same time, from the public's point of view, you want to see consequences. And are there enough consequences out there? And somebody made the point, one of the ones I didn't get to last time, I see it as outcomes for people are the basis for people to trust government is working for them. I think what they mean is they want to see the outcomes in terms of knowing that trust has happened, whereas they saw that the underlying principles are the way to work to achieve those good outcomes. Somebody else made the point, just to go to the point about sort of the party political aspect of this, says, how do we tackle situations like when one party kicked out one MP after receiving an allegation about their behaviour but didn't expel another MP until a court found them guilty? How do we ensure consistency, or is it impossible? And certainly, I mean, we've seen in the last few years, post-expenses scandal, and then with a lot more recently, the parties themselves developing new systems for how they're responding to allegations, the police, developing the way in which they're interacting with those allegations, and then obviously Parliamentary Standards Commissioner as well. So it's still a relatively new system that, everyone is getting to know. And I mean, again, there's an education point there, isn't it, about people coming into this role?
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I think there's the education of people sort of in the system and understanding kind of what is expected of them. And there's also the education of the public. One of the themes that came up in our conversation is that point around sort of civics education in the UK, which is a common theme at IFG discussions. I think, we all know how the unwritten constitution works, or we think we do, but not everyone does. And that's fair enough. People have got busy lives. They've got other things to be thinking about. But sort of the kind of the expectation of, or what people can expect from their politicians, from their government, is changing. And I think this goes to the conversation about AI and changing technology, and sort of also the information that people are consuming. People's views of politics and of government have changed quite significantly in recent years. And government, to go to Paula Barker's point this morning, MPs and politicians are human. They can't solve all the problems all of the time, and government as a whole is difficult. And that was, and that was something that John Major said. It is very hard to make change in the public sector, and it is very hard to make it work for everyone. And the sort of, I guess, the fast-paced world that we live in doesn't always recognise that.
Yeah, and it doesn't always give you room for making mistakes without it being all over social media.
Yeah.
Ewan, how can public service leaders be better supported to model ethical behaviour? Is there more that we need to do to support them? We sort of assume that, if you want to go into public service, you should, intuitively understand these principles and embody them.
Sure. I mean, my perception is that you need to do it successfully. You need to be a very sort of active manager that allocates time and interest to driving this through your organisation. So I don't think it's something that could ever happen by accident. It's always something that just needs a lot of activity and energy. And of course, we all understand that many public servants will be very focused on operational delivery, and that's a huge part of their job. So the difficulty for them is, how do you balance operational delivery with ensuring that the culture in your organisation is operating as it should do at the same time, and that is a very difficult thing. But there are lots of very, very good things going on in the public sector that seem to be successfully balancing some of these elements, and it's all about prioritisation. It's all about, do you how much priority do you give to it? And I think the lesson from all the scandals is you need to give it priority, because if you don't give it priority, bad things will happen again.
Yeah. And Lady Anna, we've talked a lot about some of the threats and so forth. There's opportunities with all of this as well. There's probably opportunities with AI and how to make it improve public accountability, to improve the way in which we operate on some of these levels. I'm trying to think of exactly the way in which, given most times I use AI, they make something up. But I'm sure there must be a way.
Yes, but the fact is it's not regulated. And this is, therefore, an open space in which there is room for some kind of soft law to help people come to terms with how they should do it. For instance, if you're a public office holder, you must, I think, take great care in how you create that database and what you input into the material that's going to be used for making decisions. And we have learnt about the mistake the NHS made with liver transplants, whereby the database was set up in such a way that it had the result that people who were younger were less likely to get liver transplants than people who were older. And it was all about the relevance of pre-existing health conditions. But you also have an obligation to review the database when you're using it after at regular intervals. You must monitor what's happening. And then if you change the use, if you adjust it to a new purpose, you should again do an impact assessment to see that it's all appropriate for that purpose.
Yeah.
But what we do need is more transparency about the algorithm. I mean, even the algorithmic reporting transparency standard doesn't tell you what the algorithm was. It simply tells you why the public sector thought it right to introduce this algorithm and when it's going to be used. But in relation, even so, that is not clear, and it can have side effects. It's an innovation, this standard, but even now it has been discovered, for instance, in relation to policing, that the police may want to introduce some new technique based on AI, but the public thinks that this is some grave new innovation which takes away their rights, not realizing that what it does is replace some other method which is now it's very time-consuming, and it's simply a matter of doing it more efficiently in future. In other words, there's a lot of work yet to be done on explaining algorithms and AI. That's one set of concerns. The other concern is, of course, the use of social media and the disruptive effect that it has, and potentially really damaging to democratic institutions. And then I think, expressing a purely personal view, one needs to look at whether or not the takedown powers that government has for telling people like Google and X to take down material should extend to some material which is inconsistent with or damaging to democratic institutions or likely to undermine public confidence in a way which is wholly detrimental to the public.
That's very interesting. I mean, that sort of gets into the free speech debate, which is certainly very live at the moment, and certainly in terms of how the government is thinking about universities. I saw a very lively online debate about it this morning. I'm going to pause on that one, though, because I think otherwise we'll end up going for too long. I might come back to it, but I just want to throw this one out. We've got a great comment from Cheryl, who says, I have a grandson of 11 with a marked sense of fairness. Are there any assessments or jobs which allow someone to investigate adherence to the Nolan Principles, for instance, within a school? I'm not sure whether Cheryl is suggesting her grandson should join CSPL as an investigator. But Tim, I mean, you know, should we be weeding out, you know, making sure that people have a good understanding of, you know, what the principles are as they're going into these jobs? I'm not sure that...
Well, can I just say that every public appointment requires you to declare?
Obviously. I'm wondering about whether or not... I mean,
read them and will comply
we've talked with others previously who've been thinking about the appointment of ministers, appointing of MPs, about ways in which you might think about their capability to the job, more often talking about, you know, their skill set, their experience and so forth. But part of that, and one of the things we're particularly interested in, is them understanding their role as leaders. And obviously leadership is not only part of the Nolan Principles, but actually, in a sense, it encompasses all of them, because you've got to show leadership on all of the principles and embody it for, you know, the organisation that you're running and so forth. So I guess I was trying to take Cheryl's excellent question and sort of push it into that, you know, should you be more proactive in seeking out those people for particular roles?
Well, interesting enough, so one of the banks that we spoke to when we were gathering evidence for leading in practice, they had instituted something called values-based recruiting, where as part of your recruitment process, you tried to determine whether the people you were hiring were attuned to the values that you had as an organisation. And their surveys showed, or the data they had on it showed that the people, when they recruited people who had values consistent with their own, they did better, stayed longer, and helped the institution become more successful. So there has been work done on how you actually get people into your organisations with the right sets of values.
Very interesting.
There was sorry.
No, go after you.
Just, I don't want to interrupt him.
No, don't worry.
There was a point made powerfully at the end of our session, which I didn't refer to, which was that it was important for public servants, for people in public office, to have a set of principles which is established and static and not undermined by political comment. And that there was felt that if you start undermining it and reducing or mitigating, somehow seeking to say they're not important, you diminish the independence of the public service and its service in the public interest.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no, it was definitely a theme that came out of ours, was the importance of cross-party agreement for sort of perpetuating the principles. Tim?
I was just going to add, I mean, I think expanding on the question, I do think one thing that has come through very strongly for me today in all our conversations is that people do, 100% of your online audience believe that the Nolan Principles are still relevant. You know, people really do care about this stuff in all different aspects of public life, you know, from Minister for the Cabinet Office to members of Parliament, to local councillors, to people running key national public services. You know, it's something that everyone kind of agrees on and thinks is a strength and is an important topic. And so those people like Cheryl's grandson who are interested in this thing, in this area, I think can kind of find any job, you know, in public life, and will be able to sort of embody these principles, because the idea behind the principles is that they are embodied by everyone in public life. And it's kind of the people who don't stick to them, the people who don't care about them, are very much the sort of, you know, the minority of the minority of the minority, rather than the great majority.
Final word.
Yes, very quickly. Peter Hennessy promoted his good chap theory, which we've heard referred to this morning, and he said that because of the decline in good chaps, it was important to, I think, legislate or have new rules to take up that vacuum. But that seems to me, he didn't actually bear in mind the impact of the Nolan Principles. They are the glue, in many ways, that hold the Constitution together.
Very good. Wonderful way to finish. All right, that is it for this particular panel, but don't worry, we've still got plenty more to come this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back at 4:30, where Marie Goldman MP, Liberal Democrat, Shadow Leader of the House of Commons, will be in conversation with my colleague Emma Norris. So do join us again then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Emma Norris, I'm the Deputy Director at the Institute for Government, and I'm very pleased to be chairing our penultimate event of today's conference. We've had a day full of insightful discussions, conversations, speeches, and I'm delighted to welcome Marie Goldman, the Liberal Democrat Shadow Leader of the House, to discuss her thoughts on ethical standards in Parliament and in kind of wider public life. We're going to start with a speech from Marie. We're then going to have a bit of conversation between us, and I'm going to make sure that we have at least 15 minutes or so for questions from the audience, both online and in person. If you are joining us online, I know that you'll have heard this lots today. Please do send in questions any time from now. You don't need to wait until we get to the questions part of the event. Marie, I'm going to swiftly hand over to you. You're going to go to the next one, I think.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, everybody, thank you very much for being here today. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by doing the thing that, of course, I should be doing, which is to thank the Institute for Government for hosting these discussions and, of course, for inviting me here today alongside such a rather distinguished list of speakers, and, of course, for holding the event at all. Whatever may be wrong with our democracy and the way our country is governed, surely the most important thing that we need to hold dear is freedom of speech. Right now, we're seeing that being eroded across the world and in some very unexpected places. It's a sobering reminder that progress is not permanent. Freedom is never guaranteed, and we must guard against assaults on our democratic values and principles with every fibre of our being. We must never stop throwing a light on what's wrong so we can see to put it right. But we live in an amazing country. Not perfect, certainly, but wonderful, diverse, steeped in history and tradition, yet a leader and an innovator. We are proud of our outward-looking island nation that has often punched above its weight on the world stage. But there's an enormous temptation to look upon the past as the pinnacle of invention, as if the Victorians, as innovative and revolutionary as they were, had the monopoly on good ideas, and as if everything that came afterwards were doomed to inferiority. I don't believe that's true. So why do we sometimes seem so timid to change? When I was asked to speak today, I was told it would be great to hear you speak about the government's reforms to the House of Commons, to which I'm afraid my instinctive reply is, what reforms? Because what has really changed in the last year? Very little. And as a member of the newly reconstituted Modernisation Committee, I find that deeply frustrating. The problem is, I don't really understand what's holding us back. There's a lot to be done, some of which is likely to be controversial, worthy of longer thought and very careful consideration, but ripe for change nonetheless. Other issues are, quite frankly, no-brainers. Let's start with some of the bigger issues, some of the bigger things that get to the very heart of democracy and how we conduct politics in this country. Alongside freedom of speech, surely nothing is more crucial than making votes count. The 2024 general election was the most disproportionate ever, with the new government winning 2/3 of the seats in Parliament while receiving just 1/3 of the vote. In the local government and mayoral elections this year, things were even worse. In the West of England mayoralty, the winner, from Labour, took the seat with just 25% of the vote. Put another way, 3 out of every 4 people voted for someone else. And in the spirit of avoiding partisan traps, in Cornwall, a local council seat was won by the Liberal Democrats with just 18.9% of the vote. In that race, just 7.5 percentage points separated the top 6 candidates. More than 4 in every 5 voters didn't vote for the winner. And yet we scratch our heads, wring our hands, and wonder why the public are so disillusioned with politics. As a Liberal Democrat, it should be no surprise that I'm standing here today saying that our voting system is broken, that we're witnessing the end of the traditional two-party system. First past the post simply isn't designed to cope with multiple parties. And the anomalies, the unfairness that it leads to is a direct contributor to voter apathy. A refusal to change the voting system to a fairer system of proportional representation is quite plainly saying to the electorate, either we don't care that your views aren't adequately represented, or that we're too scared to change it. Neither position is a good look for a government. We need electoral reform, and we need it now. The Labour government was elected on a mandate for change. Let's see it delivered. But there are other ways that the public's views could be better represented. So for a start, in Parliament, we could better reflect the range of opinion across the country by allocating questions and debates differently, giving consideration to the number of MPs from each party. Let's take PMQs. This is arguably the most watched event in parliamentary proceedings. The leader of the opposition, as I'm sure everyone in the room and everyone watching online will know, gets to ask the Prime Minister 6 questions every week. In comparison, the leader of the third largest party only gets 2 questions. That's 1/3 the number of questions of the official opposition, despite the Liberal Democrats being 2/3 the size of the Conservatives. It's worse when it comes to the allocation of opposition days, when opposition parties get to set the agenda in the House of Commons, to highlight the issues that their voters elected them to raise. Currently, the Conservatives get 17 days, while the Liberal Democrats get just 3. How can that be a truly democratic representation of what the public want us to talk about? Changing these last 2 issues could be done in fairly short order. Both could be sorted out through changes to standing orders. And before all the politicians in the room or online take sharp intakes of breath and shake their heads at the difficulty of it all, I offer this. In 1969, we landed a man on the moon and we brought him home safely. Surely, changing a few lines in a dusty rulebook somewhere cannot be beyond us. It is a choice not to. But there's a danger. There's a danger that we get caught up in talking about all of these issues in a political bubble. Standing orders and voting systems are not, shock horror, on most people's to-do lists. Understandably, the majority of the public are more focused on paying the rent, on getting their child the support they need in school, on getting an appointment to see a GP or a dentist, on putting food on the table. When their votes don't really count and politicians are caught up in seemingly endless scandals of poor behaviour, it's no wonder they withdraw, roll their eyes and tell us on the doorsteps that we're all as bad as each other. And there's a more fundamental problem. Our system is so dense and archaic that it's impenetrable for many, impossible to understand. We use language and procedures that are often meaningless to the public. Even the most basic terms are confusing because they conflict with everyday language. At last week's Modernisation Committee, which I'm a member of, we heard from the excellent Dr. Ruth Fox, director of the Hansard Society. She told us that in focus groups, the public say they don't understand why MPs are allowed to amend bills. Why, they ask, can an MP change how much they have to pay when the public can't? To the public, it turns out, a bill is a demand for money, perhaps an electricity bill, rather than the draft law it usually signifies in parliamentary speak. The world has changed, yet Parliament hasn't kept up. My point is this. If we want to improve the public's trust in and engagement with politics, we must ensure that the public understands what on earth we're talking about. If people don't understand how the system works, how can they scrutinise what we're doing and hold us to account? We could have a good go at fixing this through improved citizenship education in schools, exploring the fundamentals of democracy at all levels of government. But then, again, maybe I'm missing the point. Maybe it suits governments to keep the public uninformed, treated like the proverbial mushroom. That may be true in other countries. I don't want it to be true here. So I'm pleased that the Modernisation Committee is looking at the accessibility of Parliament, including language. Ensuring people understand what our government is doing is vital to inoculating us all against threats from those who do not hold our values, who do not believe in the principles of decency, fairness, and the rule of law that modern Britain was founded on. As the mother of parliaments, we have responsibilities. Just as we have adapted and innovated throughout history, so must we continue to do now. Complacency and procrastination are not options. And we have to get a move on. We watch in horror as democracy and the rule of law are being stretched to breaking point in countries that we thought were immune to the constant threat of populism and authoritarianism. Let's never think that couldn't happen here. Indeed, Boris Johnson's attempt to illegally prorogue Parliament in September 2019 should be a resounding wake-up call. So, to conclude, let me say that while so many discussions about standards in public life are often held in the context of the latest scandal, the case for reforming Parliament isn't just about that. It's about protecting our amazing country against the threats that could be just around the corner. Thankfully, what's happening elsewhere gives us a clear lens to see around that corner. Let's not waste the vision it gives us or the lessons it teaches us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marie. There's a lot to unpack there. Fascinating speech. I wanted to start with scandals. You talked about scandals where politicians have behaved badly. We started the day with Sir John Major talking about the collapse in public trust that occurs when people believe, when citizens believe that rules that apply to them do not apply to people who hold power. What do you think specifically needs to be done to improve public trust in the wake of some of the scandals we've seen in the last few years?
God, where do you even start with that? Because I think that's a really big question. And I think the answer is that there's a lot that needs to be done. There's a huge amount of trust that needs to be rebuilt. What I'm reminded of is when we're talking about trust, is that it is so easy to destroy and takes years and years and years to build up. In fact, generations sometimes. It feels like a cultural thing about whether you trust your government or don't trust your government, whether you trust the people that lead you or don't. And that's why I'm always so disappointed when I see people not adhering to the Nolan Principles, not adhering to the principles of, I know we all know them, but in particular, the integrity one and the honesty one and openness. I think they're all important, of course, but when you see people, politicians, elected people, not adhering to that, I think it's awful. But what can we do? Well, I think it is generally something that doesn't happen overnight. I think we need to be attracting more people into politics who genuinely have that sense of, who adhere to the Nolan Principles naturally. It comes natural to them. What I dislike it is and don't think it's at all possible, is the idea that we could elect somebody and then they come into Parliament and then we say, right, now we're going to give you the Nolan Principles, and you get down to honesty and that kind of thing. Oh, so you mean I can't lie then? Openness. Oh, that I have to tell people what I'm doing. Surely by the time they get elected, that's a bit too late. We've got the wrong people in Parliament. So we need to change the system so that we end up with people who naturally adhere to those values. But I think that's about starting really early. So I fully endorse the idea of teaching this in schools, about really having these discussions in schools, but changing it so that everybody understands really what's going on. And as I said in my speech, there's so many people that fundamentally have no clue what's going on in Parliament. We use language that is so dense and so confusing. When we're asked in Parliament to give a date for a second reading of a bill, for example, a draft law, as I think we should probably call it, and many other parliaments do actually call it around the world, the answer is quite often tomorrow. Well, to the public, tomorrow, sitting here on a Thursday afternoon, tomorrow means Friday, right? But that is not what we mean in Parliament. What we mean is, I don't know, some point in the future, maybe a few weeks away, maybe a few months away, who knows, but it'll be at some point in the future. Now, how on earth are we supposed to expect the public to understand that? So we have to change the system so the public understands it, and that, if we're talking long-term, and we do have to talk long-term because it needs to be embedded, has to start with good quality citizenship classes and education in schools. I go into schools quite regularly, as I'm sure a lot of politicians do, and talk about this with citizenship students, with politics students as well. And it's clear that there is some good education going on in lots of schools, but we don't talk about all levels of government. We don't talk about local government. It's not on the curriculum, for example, and yet arguably local government affects our lives far more on an everyday basis than Parliament does. So those are things that, there's so much that needs to be done, but I'll stop there.
I want to pick up on local government and some of the time that you spent in local government shortly, but just sticking with this point on the relationship with the public. As you say, part of rebuilding trust is showing that change is possible. And as you suggested in your speech, actually some of the kind of procedural changes that you might see, changes to parliamentary questions, to opposition days, things that might convince the public that Parliament better represents them, should be relatively simple, and yet they don't happen. What do you think some of the barriers to making those changes are? Is it cultural? What's the problem?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cultural issues going on. There's a lot of, well, this is the way we've always done it, so why would we change it? I think there's a lot of hope for change because we've got a really large new intake of MPs who've come from other walks of life. You know, of course, some of them were MPs before, but a lot of them have been in local government as well, which is great to have that experience there. But a lot of them have come from the private sector or have other public experience. And they've come into Parliament and they've gone, what on earth is going on here? And it just doesn't make any sense that we perpetuate this way of doing things. So I think there is an appetite for change as well. I've spoken to lots of colleagues who just go, what on earth is this all about? I mean, while I think this is probably considerably more controversial amongst even colleagues who are new, the walking in circles to vote thing, I just, for 10 minutes every vote, what is that all about? Why? And there are arguments for and against, and I get that. But there are things that we could change about it, and that we could change really quickly. I think, as I said in my speech, it's a choice not to change it. And there are other parliaments that are ahead of us. We were the mother of parliaments. We were the first parliament. We set the rules in many countries around the world that have copied our system. But then they've adapted and they've innovated. And I just feel that we've been stuck in the past a bit too much. And as I tried to say in my speech, the Victorians and those who came before, yeah, they did great things. But I refuse to believe that they were the only ones who could do great things. I think we can do great things too. We can come up with better systems and systems that are fit for the modern world that we live in today. We just have to want to do it.
And you mentioned the new intake, Marie, which you were part of. Over half of all members were elected for the first time last year. Tell us a bit more about what you think some of the kind of opportunities for change that provides are, but also perhaps some of the challenges, if you think there are any. The challenges are getting your head around what's happening. So you can't know how to change something if you don't understand it in the first place, right? You can feel that it needs to be changed because it's so dense and impenetrable, but understanding it as well. And you have to be careful that you don't change something, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, you don't just change it because you don't understand it. Maybe there's a good reason for doing things. So I do think there are things which you do have to carefully think through. Voting is one thing, although I would like to introduce some kind of electronic voting. But the opportunities are that, as you said, there are so many brand new MPs. And so there's a window of opportunity. And I think that window of opportunity starts about this big, because I'm going to go with that's big, right? Okay, we can go bigger, but I'm going to go with that's big. And as time goes on, that window of opportunity kind of closes as MPs go, oh, now I understand it. Oh, maybe I quite like it. Oh, it's not too bad. Oh, well, there's other things to do, and maybe we won't bother doing that because time's precious and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And before you know it, that window of opportunity has got really small, and we haven't done anything. And I think we're probably going to come on to this, but it's really important that we do change it, because some of these things are making Parliament really inaccessible, not just for the public, but for people who are elected as MPs, but also for the people who work for MPs, for House staff as well. Makes it a really unfair place to work, and that's not acceptable in 2025. Well, let's pick up on that, because as a new MP, you're trying to grab hold of the opportunity for reform. You sit on modernisation committee. It's focused on driving up standards, on improving culture and working practices, and reforming working procedures. Before we kind of get into the detail on accessibility, I want to start slightly higher level. Modernisation committee was set up with really quite big expectations. It's got a huge remit. Do you think that it's going to be able to deliver on the expectations that have been set, or is such an enormous remit, does that risk actually further damaging trust if it isn't able to deliver, and to deliver in the kind of timely way that you've outlined is so important?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think we have to be very careful as a committee that we don't start to really annoy people by not having done anything at all in the moment. Well, we've taken lots of evidence and we've talked about it and we've talked a good game, and these things need to change, and we're constantly taking evidence, which is fine, but there are some things that surely we could just change. We could just get on with and do it, because it makes no sense to keep on with this. I give you a really simple example, because I don't think this one is particularly controversial, and it is to do with voting, but it shouldn't be controversial, and that's deferred divisions. probably don't need to explain to this audience what deferred divisions are, which is great. But I feel like sometimes I have to do it to explain to any members of the public who might be watching. So just very quickly, so a deferred division is where you've had a debate on something, and then there isn't going to be, and it might be either in the chamber or it might be somewhere else, and there's going to be, needs to be a vote on it, but it's not going to be done immediately after that. So we tend to get a piece of paper that we have to indicate our vote on maybe a few days later. And we go into one of the voting lobbies, the papers are there, we put our name, sign our name, put a cross in the box and walk through the lobby and hand it to somebody at the other end. I see absolutely no reason why that can't be done online. That feels to me like a complete waste of time for it's a waste of paper, so we shouldn't be printing these things out in an environmentally conscious world that we live in. It's house staff that have to deal with that. And it just, and most of a lot of the arguments that I hear about not having electronic voting, remote voting for other debates is because we don't want to divorce the debate from the decision, from the vote. But that's already happened in deferred division, so why can't we just make it an online vote? And we could just get on and do that. Why haven't we? I have no idea.
And you mentioned accessibility. Let's talk about the physical building. How can it be made more accessible? This is something we've talked about for a long time. Are you confident that changes can be made?
So I am confident that changes can be made, and the reason I'm confident that changes can be made is because we have heard some heartbreaking stories through the Modernisation Committee. And if you haven't watched some of the modernisation, any of the committee is a bit dull at times, I get that, but watch the last few public proceedings from or public meetings from the Modernisation Committee, in particular where we have heard from House staff, where we've heard from MPs and peers about the terrible experiences they've had, those with disabilities, trying to just get around the place. And I really think there is an appetite for change now. I know the Leader of the House is really keen to make changes. I know that there are House staff who, the administration, House administration, who really want to make changes now. There are things that are starting to move, and that's really important because, my word, I mean, my office, I'm incredibly lucky. My office is in Portcullis House, which is this, beautiful building from the outside, right? I mean, not as beautiful as the Palace of Westminster. Okay, I get it. But for a modern building, it looks pretty good. It opened about 25 years ago. It is so inaccessible. I mean, just the way the handles were designed, they're round handles, so if you've got any kind of issues with gripping things, maybe loss of limbs, for example, you can't turn the handles to open the doors. The air conditioning doesn't really work properly. The toilets don't flush properly. There's a lift in the corner by the escalators, if you've ever been in there in PCH. It's in every corner of PCH in the atrium you've got a lift, you've got a double lift. The one by the escalators is double lift. One of them goes down to the lower ground floor, which is the only one that if you are in a wheelchair, you can use to get through to the Palace of Westminster. I've got somebody on my floor who's in a wheelchair, a member of staff who's in a wheelchair. And to call the lift to get down to the lower ground floor, bearing in mind there's one button to go up and one button to go down. If she wants to go down to the lower ground floor, she has to take her chances. She presses the button to go down. If the lift that only goes down to the ground floor comes first, she has to chuck a bag in the door to keep it open while she presses the button again to make sure that she then gets the other lift, which goes down to the lower ground floor. In 2025, seriously, it's just not acceptable that that's the way that we treat people with disabilities today. I mean, there are so many things that came up in our public sessions that I could go on and on and on and on and on about them. The bottom line is we know about them now, so we need to fix them, and it's incumbent on us to do it.
Thank you, Maria. I'm going to open up to the audience in just a second, but I wanted to ask one last question on the Nolan Principles specifically. We've heard lots throughout the day about how important they continue to be today in public life. I suppose I want to ask you more on a personal level, as a serving MP, as a relatively new MP. What do the Nolan Principles mean to you? How do you find that they show up in your life as an MP?
Well, I like to think that they just show up because that's who I am. I genuinely, people may disagree with me, but that I, like to be open and honest. I have to tell you that the life as a politician makes that challenging at times, especially when the public doesn't want to hear the truth sometimes, and they, want to tell you that, you're saying the wrong thing, even though it is the right and truthful thing to say, and that makes it difficult sometimes. But I try to approach everything with a view of how can I always assume the best, from people, and with that means working cross-party. Some of the, the committees, for example, Modernisation Committee is truly cross-party, and it's really great to be working with MPs from across the House to make things better. So just putting that in everyday life and everything that I'm doing, just trying to think, well, how would I like to see, how do I want our leaders to act, and knowing that I guess I am a leader now, and really feeling that weight of responsibility. I mean, it feels a bit trite saying that, because surely that's the way we should all lead our lives. But yeah, that's where I am. But yeah, they're really important, but I like to think that that's who I am anyway.
Thank you. That's a good note to open up to the audience. So I'm going to take questions from the room, and I've got quite a few coming through online. There's a mic coming round. Can you just tell us your name, which organisation or where you're from? We've got one at the front here. Thanks.
Sorry, Ewan Ferguson from the Committee on Standards in Public Life. I'm just interested to know whether you think there should be more, or how much expectation setting there is at point of selection of candidates before they stand for election to Parliament. Because my impression is always that there isn't much that goes on until they actually arrive in Parliament, and there probably should be a bit more.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Obviously the political parties all do it differently, and they have their own, for a start, I'd love us to be inundated with candidates, and that often isn't the case. And that in itself leads to a lowering of standards, and I really wish it didn't, but it does. I'd love to have far more competition, just to put yourself forward to stand for candidates, as a candidate, in which case, through approval processes, you could say, actually, you've not quite hit the grade, or we have some concerns, and you could be even pickier. I'm not saying that the parties don't do a good job of that now. I'm just saying they could do an even better job if there were more people applying and putting themselves forward. So that's one part of it, and then. I think, it's a bonkers job. It's a really mad job. And I'm not sure there's anything that completely prepares you for it. So telling people exactly how this job operates, and getting them to understand that, and making sure they know what they're getting themselves into is I think, probably quite tricky. I think that there is definitely more that could be done through that. But my biggest concern is getting enough people to stand in the first place.
Thank you. Got another question over here. I'll try and take a few in a row in case there are any more in the room, otherwise I'll use one online. Okay.
Hi there, Peter Munro from the UK Anti-Corruption Coalition and Transparency International UK. I really love the enthusiasm that you speak with about making the House more accessible, and would just encourage the Lib Dems to continue to play that natural opposition to the current government on that. Not that the current leader is opposed to that, but I think just playing that really challenging third-party role is so vital for the Lib Dems to play. In your speech, you also talked about what has happened in the last year with regards to standards and things like that. I think we had a speech earlier today from a minister, which in his own words and his session was sadly brief. And I think that a lot of people in the room would feel that we were expecting a little bit more in terms of announcements on standards today, given that there has been a lot of time to think about this a bit more. I wanted to ask you about electoral finance. This year we'll be expecting an elections bill. There'll be a lot of interesting stuff in that for the Lib Dems, votes at 16. I'm sure PR will be something that you'll be pushing for. With the ghost of Elon Musk suggesting he'll donate to reform with all these billions and millions. Just wanted to get a sense of where the Lib Dems might fall on this issue. It will likely be part of a bill in terms of fixing this system. So just wanted to understand where the Lib Dems might be on that position.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for pushing my party to keep up the fight for accessibility. We will keep doing that, and I genuinely think there is an appetite for it, which is good. I think it's just getting that ball rolling, and I think we're getting it. I personally will keep pushing for that, definitely. When it comes to electoral reform in general, we were hoping to see a white paper sooner than I think we're going to get a white paper. yeah, maybe by the summer we'll see by the summer we're in the summer. Maybe by summer recess we'll see what happens with that. And then in terms of finance, look, do I think that a billionaire should be able to, from another country, should be able to drop millions of pounds into our electoral system and influence votes and voters that way? And do I think it's possible for them to do that? No, I don't think they should be able to do it. And yes, I do think it is possible. And I think part of the problem is what happens behind the scenes. So when social media is the obvious go-to for this, is where there's a really big problem with regulation, I think, and it's possible, I think, to pump a huge amount of money into that and to influence voters. Now, there were two words that people used to say a lot around the Brexit referendum, and I know, God, I'm surely not the first person to mention that in the room today, right? Surely not. But that was Cambridge Analytica. We don't talk about them very much anymore, but what they were doing then was really quite scary. And I'm not sure that we've learnt the lessons of that at all. And any electoral finance reforms have to take that into account and make sure that we know where money is coming, not just for the old-fashioned leaflets through the doors, but the stuff that's going to the social media companies as well. So I want to make sure that that is something that's covered.
We've got one here. So we've got another question. Sorry, the mic's just coming. Sorry.
Tom Brake from Unlock Democracy. I'm wondering, Marie, if you could explain perhaps what the difference between the work the Modernisation Committee is doing and the Committee on Standards, because I don't think people are necessarily expecting the Modernisation Committee to be radical. But one issue, for instance, that perhaps it could have taken up was the issue of MPs' second jobs, which I think is something that needs radical reform. And yet that got passed over to the Committee of Standards.
Yeah, hi Tom, thanks for the question. I think that's a really interesting point. There's a danger with the Modernisation Committee that it ends up duplicating work that is best done elsewhere because there's another committee that does that work better. And I think what's happened with the Standards Committee looking into that is that Modernisation Committee has said we'd like Standards to look into that and report into us so we can then decide what we're going to take forward. There's no point duplicating that effort. Second jobs, we'll see what they come out with. I think there are some dangers with second jobs. It's really tempting to kind of leap to, well, an MP should only do an MP's job and not do anything else whatsoever. But I think we have to be really careful that we, again, don't put more people off standing for Parliament, because there are some jobs, thinking of like a doctor or a lawyer or well, there's actually quite a lot of jobs, a vet, for example, where they actually need to keep up their qualifications. And if you don't do something else on that, if you don't keep up those qualifications and do that job on the side, maybe not regularly, but do enough to keep up those qualifications, then you know that you don't have a job to go to after the next election. And none of us know, especially as Liberal Democrats, I wish we knew more about how long we're going to stay. Whether I'll get re-elected next time around. I don't know that at all. I'm going to work hard for it. I hope I'm going to get re-elected, but I don't know that. And so we have to make sure that we don't put people off taking this, standing for election and putting all the effort into standing for election. And then thinking, but it's only a job for maybe 4 or 5 years if I'm really lucky, and then I'd have to give up my qualification as a doctor that I worked so many years for, et cetera, and we put people off. On the other hand, do I think that people should be? I'm not very keen on seeing, shall we say, some parliamentarians presenting on news channels, for example, and doing those sorts of things. So I think there's a line. I think we just have to be really careful about where we draw that line, and that's where I am on second jobs. And it will be interesting to see with the Standards Committee. Now, I know that, Tom, your organisation has been campaigning quite a lot on this subject. I just want to keep a bit of an open mind about where we get to on that so we can make a decision going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. I want to ask a few questions that are coming in online about manifesto commitments that the Lib Dems made that relate to standards. So one of them was about training for ministers that would prevent sleaze. Be interested to hear a little bit about what that kind of training might look like. The manifesto also committed to enshrining both the ministerial code and the independent advisor on ministerial interests in legislation. Tell us a bit about what you think the benefits of putting those on a statutory footing are.
Yeah, well, if you don't put stuff on a statutory footing, it's really easy to wriggle out of it. It's really easy not to get it done. It's really easy, and if you don't have parliamentary approval for things as well, it's really easy for somebody to come, a prime minister, let's say, to maybe. So an ethics advisor, for example, we'd like to see that on a statutory footing with parliamentary approval, so that has more standing. So we've had situations in the past where an ethics advisor has had to ask the Prime Minister for permission to institute to start an investigation. That doesn't seem right to me, and especially when it's fine in a world where the Prime Minister always behaves impeccably, but sadly over the last few years we've seen quite a lot of challenge to that assumption. Putting it on a statutory footing is really important. We also noticed that in the Labour manifesto they were talking about an ethics and integrity commission. That hasn't seen the light of day yet, so and we're a year in, we think that there's, we should be, the more should be done on that, should be coming forward. And then what was the other? There was the first question was.
So one of the commitments was around providing ministerial training to help prevent sleaze, and I think the online questioner was asking what would that involve, what would that look like?
Yeah, so anything that we can do to to provide that framework for people to know where the line is, because I genuinely think that sometimes actually people cross over the line without meaning to, and I'm not trying to absolve people of bad behaviour at all, but sometimes the line is a bit blurred, and providing that training for ministers would be an important way of saying, well, look, you did know that was against the rules. You did know that was something that you shouldn't be doing. And exactly what that training, how that would look like, well, that would depend on what the circumstances are that you're doing it and what resources are put into it. But yeah, some form of training for ministers, I think, is really important. But enshrining the ministerial code is really important as well, because, again, if it's a code of conduct that you guess, well, you're supposed to do this, but there's no consequences if you don't do this, never really gets you very far, as we've seen in the last few years.
Thank you. I've probably got time for one more question in the room, if anyone has one. Otherwise, I'm going to abuse my right as chair to ask a final question. Got one over here.
Thanks. Kevin Armstrong from Full Fat, the UK's independent fact-checking organisation. Earlier this year, it was a Liberal Democrat MP who was the first to respond to a correction request from Full Fat and used the improved corrections system in the House of Commons that I think came in before you were elected. So I'm just really interested to know what information training have you and other MPs in your party or more widely received about the corrections system, because it's such a great way for a politician to demonstrate their commitment to the principle of honesty.
So can I be really honest in this one? I'm going with the Nolan Principles. There we go, demonstrating it. I don't know. I can't remember us having any training on that, actually. It may well be that I'm just having a real memory lapse and I'm going to go back and go, oh, yeah, of course we did do that. I can't remember it. I don't think we did have it. I think it's one of those, potentially one of those things where you would hope, and this is a problem, you hope that if somebody goes, oh, I got that wrong, I must correct the record. Obviously, that doesn't always happen. So, yeah, training on that would be good. I would just say that certainly when we first got elected, for us newbies, it was overwhelming. Now, look, I know very, very small violin for MPs. I get that in whatever walk of life. So I don't feel too sorry for us. It's an amazing job. We're incredibly privileged to do it, and I genuinely feel privileged to do it, and it is fantastic. As I said earlier, bonkers, but fun and a huge privilege to be able to genuinely to help people and that. But it was overwhelming to start with, genuinely overwhelming. In the first few weeks, I felt like I had jet lag, permanent jet lag, because there's so much information coming at you, and you're trying to take it all on, and you want to do the best job, and you don't want to get stuff wrong. Certainly I didn't. I certainly don't want to be told off by the speaker. That's a scary place to be. But it's so easy to get stuff wrong. So I guess where I'm going with this is that more training now would be really useful for that kind of thing. So like a refresher course and new things. I mean, and Parliament does offer training. Not very much of it is mandatory. The behaviour code is mandatory, and the vast majority, I think it's a very small handful of MPs who haven't completed that yet. So that's mandatory. I think it would be good to bring in some other things like that, and I would welcome training on that, but I can't remember if I had it.
Thanks, Maria. I want to end with a question that's come in online. Something that you've talked about a few times in your speeches, getting the right people into politics and how we kind of open politics up. It's something that's come up at various times today. This person asks how we encourage young people to want to be MPs, to want to take part in public life in a context where that can be so difficult, particularly in an age where there is a huge amount of abuse and misinformation on social media, and that I know that you and colleagues have often been at the sharp end of. How do we encourage the right people into public life in that context?
Yeah, another really good question. And I honestly think that the most important thing that you can do is lead by example, to show that politics can be conducted in a nice, civilized way. That doesn't mean to say that you can't get cross with people. Of course you can. I get cross with the government when they say things. I'm like, well, that's not quite right, or well, why have you done that? That's going to affect people really, really badly, and people are going to suffer from that. Of course, we need passion in politics, absolutely, but we need to lead by example in terms of how we conduct ourselves. And I think that's the most important thing that we can do, so that what people see reflects on how, it allows them to feel that actually I could do that job because I can see somebody else doing it in a nice, positive fashion with passion. But I go back to that education piece as well. It has to start in schools, and I would encourage all politicians, I think most of us do it anyway, but all politicians, including councillors as well, go into your local schools, talk to primary school children about what it is that you do. Of course, talk to secondary school children, but don't just go to the ones who are studying politics. They're already interested in politics. Go and speak to the other ones, the ones who, for them, it never occurred to them to do anything to do with politics. I didn't come into politics because I studied politics at all. I did nothing to do with politics growing up. I did 3 languages at A-level, nothing to do with politics whatsoever. It gave me the chance to travel around the world a bit and to see other countries and understand how lucky we are in this country, because it is an amazing country. I just go back to, it is not perfect, but it is, my word, it's amazing. We don't say that enough. We do live in an amazing country. We need to tell people that a bit more, and encourage people to get involved that way, but from an early age, and encourage them to ask questions. And that training also has to go to teachers as well, because unfortunately, because they weren't taught when they were younger, they often don't understand the system as well. So let's create a safe space where everyone can ask questions.
Thank you, and what a brilliant note to end on. Thank you so much, Marie. We're going to be going straight into our final discussion of the day after this, which is a live podcast recording to discuss what the Nolan Principles mean today. So please stay in your seats as we change over. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final session of our conference today and this special extra episode of Inside Briefing, the podcast from the IFG. We are here at the final panel of our conference on the Nolan Principles at 30. To conclude the conference, we're going to discuss the impact of the Nolan Principles in public life today. How have they changed the standards landscape in the UK? What do the public think about standards in public life? How useful are these standards and principles to leaders in government? And how can the strong standard system, or how can a strong standard system support the government's wider objectives? My name is Tim Durrant. I'm Programme Director here at the IFG, and I am joined by a fantastic set of speakers to wrap things off. So we have Rowena Mason, Whitehall Editor at The Guardian. We have Doug Chalmers, Chair of the Committee on Standards in Public Life. We have Chris Morris, who is the CEO at Full Fact. And we have my colleague Sachin Sava, who is a researcher here at the Institute for Government. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. I'm going to kick off with some questions, but please do jump in and share your thoughts as we go. And we will have a chance for audience questions along the way, of course. Doug, you chair the Committee on Standards in Public Life. That was the committee that established the Nolan Principles back in 1995. How do you think the principles have changed the standards landscape in the UK since 1995?
Well, and firstly, I think thank you for IFG for setting on today. It's been a full day. I think those of us who've been through it all, I think have been really, it's been, also I leave it actually slightly more positive than I probably expected, actually. I suppose that's my macro view. And the reason I say that is, when it comes to principles, is what has been a recurring theme over the day, actually, is the principles are seen to be valued, whether that be on your online poll or pretty much every speaker that's come up, they are valued. And I think, think 30 years ago, there were no such principles. And if you look at many other countries around the world, they do not have a set of principles. And what we have got is, in these 7 principles, is something that is agreed across all of our political parties. It is agreed and embedded in many of all of our public bodies. It's to be found in the codes of conduct of many of those bodies that then sort of supports them before. It's also, if I may say, on the outside, for use of our press as an agreed element for what the public expectations of those in public life would be. So I think we've got a real piece of gold there, actually, because it allows for decisions made by those who are appointed or elected for us to be judged if they are or not inside of the public interest. I think that's quite special, actually, and you can see its absence probably in other countries. So for me, after 30 years, I think they really have added value to the conversation. The question is, how serious are they taken and how people live them over time? And why I mentioned about how reassuring it was is, whether it be online polling or every speaker up here, they are really valued. And that corroborates with what we've been doing, because this for us is one event in a year where we're trying to celebrate the Nolan Principles over the year. And engagements we've had with schools or universities, they may not know the name of the principles, but when you tell them what they are, they resonate and they like them. And it is part of that sort of discourse. So for me, we're better off definitely with them. And today has confirmed to me that in the public's view, they are still very much loved. For our side of it, championing them this year is really important, but they shouldn't, my last bit is they shouldn't just be words. They've got to be lived, they've got to be talked about, they've got to be discussed in order that people can actually use them for what they're designed to do, which was be able to step back, look at a decision you're about to make. Are they in line with the principles? If they are, whether a good or a hard decision, it will still be seen to be in the public interest.
Well, thank you very much. Positive and reassuring is how Doug felt about today. Sachin, what did you think? What are your reflections from today? How do you see the principles?
Yeah, I think it was a really interesting one. I mean, we started off with Sir John Major speaking about the standards landscape and kind of where he thought the rules could tighten up. But I think we also saw throughout that the standards aren't necessarily just about a stick that you can beat someone with and the minimum standards that you need to achieve. It's also about how you do government and how you do public service. It's actually quite a positive vision of how you can deliver. So, Sir John Major also spoke about how, for growth, for instance, having a strong standards environment is something that's really important to attract overseas investment from abroad. We also heard about frontline officials and how acting ethically is something that's really crucial for their ability to deliver and to have the consent of the public. So I think in that respect, ethics aren't just a stick to beat you with, but also, a bit of a carrot and also something that can be rewarding and a way that you can deliver effectively.
Definitely, and I want to come back to that point about effective delivery, because that's something that Nick Thomas-Symonds, the Minister, spoke about as well. Chris, one of the other themes from today has been about kind of a recognition that public trust in politics and politicians is low. What do you think, what's your view on what the public think about standards and on what shifts the dial for the public?
So you've had the good news, you want me to do the bad news? Thanks, okay, I'm Mr. Misery. I mean, look, I think one of the things actually that is worth saying first, given that at Full Fact we're often very critical about the way sometimes politicians fail to meet the higher standards, is that it's a really difficult job to do. And I haven't really heard that today, but I've actually got a lot of admiration for people who put their head above the parapet and stand for public office. We know that, in the 24/7 media environment, amid all the slop on social media, it's a challenging environment. And the Electoral Commission, for example, was really concerned about the level of abuse faced by candidates at the last election, particularly women candidates. So, hats off to people who stand, number one. But once you get there, I think you do have to accept that you are going to be asked to meet the highest standards possible. And, as we've discussed at several points during the day, the public mood on that is really not, it's catastrophic, really. The latest Ipsos Veracity Index had politicians as the least trusted profession in the country, only 11% of people trusting them, up from 9% the previous year, but still not, let's face it, not a great figure. And when Ipsos did some polling with Full Fact last summer, and more than half the people surveyed said they didn't really listen to what parties or politicians said because they didn't know whether they could trust them. So there is a big problem, and there's not one single solution. But one of these solutions is for politicians to really meet the highest possible standards and to understand that with public office comes public expectation and therefore public responsibility. And, none of us are perfect, we're all infallible, but are we asking them to meet a higher standard maybe than other people in other professions? Probably yes.
Yeah, I think that's definitely right. Rowena, one thing that has come up today has been about the sort of standards underpinning everything else that the government does. So I'm interested in your view on that and how you think standards supports the government in getting on with its other objectives. But I'm also interested in this point that Chris has made about sort of, do we hold politicians to a sort of an unreasonable standard, and do we expect more of people in public life than is perhaps reasonable?
I mean, I agree. I think standards is really foundational to what any government is doing, because you've got to start with that before people can trust you and have faith that you're going to carry out what you're doing and that you'll do it in a way that's in the public interest and is not self-interested. So, if you're looking at sort of NHS policy, if you've got a government that's handing out health contracts to people associated with it, it's very difficult to get the public to trust that you're acting in their best interest. So you've seen successive governments promise sort of tightening of the rules around public life, but then there is also this sense that standards is something slightly different, that the Nolan Principles are the kind of guiding inspiration for politicians to have something to aim for. And that is a really useful thing to remind politicians and other public servants that this is what the public expect of them. At the same time, there is a slight sort of sense of good chaps about it, that we do expect politicians to we want everybody to meet these standards, but it's not necessarily going to happen. We can't necessarily trust all public servants and politicians to do that, and a very small minority who do break or breach these standards are going to let the whole of public life down. And so, alongside those Nolan Principles and standards in public life, there are the rules that you either break or you're either within or without, and that provides them a sort of a clarity and really, it's also there for politicians and public servants to know whether what they're doing is right or wrong. It's less vague and subjective than the overarching standards landscape.
That's really interesting. I want to ask you another question, which is one theme that's come up today is about sort of the role of those outside politics directly in holding politicians to account. Obviously, the role of the media, the media journalists, part of what you do is scrutinise the work of government, scrutinise politicians, and expose wrongdoing and scandal, or whatever words people might want to use. But we also heard conversations about the role of civil society. Obviously, lots of the audience here are from organisations like ourselves who are sort of outside the public sector, but interested in how the public sector works, how it can work better. What do you think the role of both the media, but that wider sort of campaign world is in strengthening this system?
I think they're a really crucial part of the ecosystem, but they should be there as a backstop, really. You know, if the system's working as it should be, then everybody's staying within the rules, or people are self-reporting if they feel like they've fallen short, or people within the world of politics are reporting, a minister that's done something that they're not comfortable with, or a civil servant's whistleblowing. And so the media is really there when things are falling short and they haven't been discovered through the kind of traditional processes. And we have seen, over many of the sort of different scandals to do with standards that Sir John Major was referencing earlier, that it has been the media or civil society that have uncovered wrongdoing, from partygate to the COVID contracts, to peerages being given to people who are perhaps not potentially as deserving as they might be. So, yes, they have been useful.
Absolutely. Go on.
Can I jump in there? Because I think and we talked about it a little bit earlier on, as well as the principles, Lord Nolan came up with sort of 3 golden threads, of which codes of conduct, independent scrutiny, and education. And the independent scrutiny one, I think, if I understand his definition in the broadest sense, which we're obviously part of it, but you go outside of those that are in the thing, then you come into think tanks, the media, people such as yourself. I think they are really valuable, because I think in the UK society, it's not the same in other countries. The status quo is very comfortable for us, and therefore public expectations change. And I think therefore having this sort of external think tank voice on the outer layer, keeping that conversation alive, then helps the next layer in the onion, if I could describe it as such, pay attention to that. Which is why things like the events such as today, I think add real value.
Chris, do you want to come in on this point?
Well, I think one of the things that we do at Full Fact, which kind of, in a way, is different from bigger organisations who do fact-checking like the BBC and Reuters and so forth, is that when we just publish fact checks, we follow up on them and ask for corrections. So not just publish, but publish and act. And that's great. Since the election, we've had, I think, 71 corrections from across various parts of public life. But from ministers, we've had 2 out of 22 requested. Now, it's fine if you can wear, the badge of Nolan, but you've then got to deliver on it. So it's all very well having a system in place, and we can pat ourselves on the back and say, isn't our system wonderful? But we also need, if you're going to come into office saying, we are going to be different, we are going to uphold these, we're going to put it into practice. I mean, we're just a small charity. You can ignore us if you like. But nevertheless, 2 out of 22 is not a great hit rate.
Sure, absolutely. And I think this comes on to another theme which has come up through today, which is that a lot of the changes that have been introduced to this system, including the creation of CSPL itself, were as a result of scandal or crisis and sort of something going wrong and people saying, well, something must be done. And then actually in the sort of normal times, if there isn't a burning platform, then people are quite happy to sort of, as you say, sort of pay lip service to these ideas, but there isn't the kind of demand to make changes. So, I mean, this is a question to everyone, I guess, like, how do you think, for those of us who think this stuff is important, and recognising that politicians are incredibly busy, the government has 101 things to be dealing with at any one time, how can the sort of importance and salience of these issues be maintained, given that there isn't a burning platform all the time? Doug, I'm going to...
I might lead off. And I think Sir John talked a bit about it this morning, and I think I might be misattributing this. Fairly early on, CSPL was described as running repairs onto the sort of the landscape that goes onto it. And I think for me there's a part of which there's a stewardship aspect to the standards landscape which is out with of the political turmoil. It is the dull, boring stuff of making sure the landscape is fit for the future as well as reflecting current today. And that's why I think sometimes my worry sometimes is that the standard stuff can be squeezed out because the immediate squeezes out some of the other sort of areas, which is why keeping the momentum on some of these issues, and we've already talked about some of them has gone through the day, business appointments rules, lobbying, all these things which have been up in the air before, keeping those conversations, I think, alive really matters.
Absolutely. I'm going to bring in a question from online because I think this is related. So this person who is anonymous asked Rowena, you had an article criticising the government on failing to bring forward the promised Ethics and Integrity Commission. What do you think is the route forward on that? But I would also be interested in your reflections on this burning platform point, because I think your article, I think, did create a bit of sort of interest or reminded government that people are paying attention. So there are ways of doing it without there being a scandal.
I mean, I think that the government has a manifesto to create an Ethics and Integrity Commission, and while it has taken a long time to do that, it's still insisting that that is the path that it's going to go down. And you have got this review of all the different arm's length bodies. I think the debate is around, do you create something, extremely new and different and fresh, staffed by 100 people, that becomes the ethic police? I don't necessarily think that that's the path that they're intending to go down at the moment. Or do you craft something different that is going to be a little bit less difficult and complicated to set up at a time when they've got a lot of other priorities? So the debate is still very live, and there is a very fragmented landscape of lots of different regulators doing lots of different things, and everybody's got very competing interests. Lots of those, there are very good reasons why each one of these regulators has been set up and is now having to justify their existence. So, the Parliamentary Committee on Standards, it's actually the Public Administration Committee that's looking at that what kind of progress has been made, is sort of anxious for something to happen, but the government is taking its time to get things right. The public, I think, will want to see some progress because it was a major flagship promise, and time is ticking on. It's something that, as I was saying before, it's very foundational to try and fix the root of a lack of trust in politics, and just sort of little tweaks around the edges might not cut it.
It was interesting that, one of the things Sir John said this morning was that he kind of understood why it hadn't been done yet, because there were so many other priorities. And, full disclosure, he's been Prime Minister, I haven't. He knows what it's like. He knows how busy it is. But I still think he's been a little kind. As Rowena said, if you cast your mind back, remember that speech in the early hours of the morning of the 5th of July, literally minutes after Keir Starmer knew he'd won an election. After he did the bit about, walking into the sunlight of hope, pretty much the first thing he said was, the fight for trust is the battle of our age, and that is why we will be a government so committed to public service. So it was right up there as a top priority. And yes, of course, there are other things, huge things going on in the world. Yes, I understand why they don't want to come out with a half-baked proposal, but simply resting on the laurels that at least we're better than the last lot probably isn't good enough.
I completely agree. Sachin, do you want to come in here and, what's your view on the Ethics and Integrity Commission idea, and also perhaps talk to us about the IFG's suggestions for change as well?
Happy to plug the house line as always. I think it's an interesting one with what Nick Thomas-Symonds said when he came in. He said it was largely about coherence, and we heard from Alberto Costa quite how many regulators there are in Parliament alone, let alone in the wider public sector. And it's also partly about public awareness as well. Where exactly do you go to? And I think there is a bit of uncertainty here about if the public has a complaint about how things are done, if they think an MP has misbehaved or a minister has misbehaved, where exactly they go to. And I think there could be some advantage to having a kind of one-stop shop as an Ethics and Integrity Commission. I think that probably isn't fully enough. I think there's a few other things that could be done. We've called for certain things to be put in legislation, like the advisory committee on business appointments to kind of regulate post-government jobs and actually have some teeth there for enforcement. Putting the ministerial code on a statutory footing so that a future prime minister can't just abolish it outright. But I think there's also a bit more of a cultural piece here, and the kind of judgment that ministers and others in the public sector need. It's not just about staying on the right side of the rules, but it's also being aware of what public perceptions might look like, for instance, because you might be criticised even if you are technically within the letter of the rules, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're within the spirit of them.
Absolutely. And obviously we all know that the 7th principle is leadership, and the theme of leadership at all levels of public life has really come through today in terms of setting that example, leading by example, and sticking to the principles. There is several questions come through online, but I want to come to the room now for some questions here. Please do wait for the microphone and stick your hand up. Otherwise, I'll have to ask my colleague to ask you a question. So go on, Alex, please.
Sorry, Tim. It's Alex Thomas of the IFG. I couldn't resist, as it's a bonus inside briefing, cheekily stepping in. And it was actually another colleague who I won't embarrass by saying their name, but said that at times today it had felt like the ghost of Boris Johnson was hanging over some of these sessions, which made me think that what Boris Johnson might think if he'd somewhat unexpectedly rocked up to the IFG today. And his critique might be that this is all very well, but it's Puritan, it's Swattish. I won't use the phrase he used about David Cameron, and it's marginal to the kind of real business of governing. So I wondered what the panel would say to Boris Johnson if he had shambled up the stairs earlier today.
Fantastic question. Obviously, if you're listening, Mr. Johnson, you're always welcome. What do people think?
Well, going back to the point I made earlier about our struggle to get corrections from ministers, it's not just Boris Johnson, right? One of the bits of sort of informal feedback we've got is a bit like, oh, you're nitpicking. And for me, I'm saying, well, you know, your nitpicking is my attention to detail. And if you really believe in stuff like honesty, accountability, integrity, then attention to detail is a pretty good place to start. Not least also that it's a good way to make good policy. So I do think there's a kind of a lack there which goes well beyond one figure, however shambolically you described him. So I don't think it's just about one man. I know what you mean about the ghost of somebody hanging over something, but the presentational aspect of saying we're different isn't quite enough.
Yeah, I'd build on it a slightly different way. I think there's a macro sort of discussion about needs surely should trump things like this. You know, any way to achieve something is, therefore these can be subordinated. I definitely come from the land where it's completely the opposite. I think if you live up to those standards and use those standards to frame your decision making, that consent that you have with the public and the ability to take it through, I think is going to be ring fenced. And we had some of the speakers talking about it before. But I think it's a worry bit. And in my old life, I definitely, in military service, I found that if you made your decisions on really tough decisions based on those elements, you could definitely live with them longer. Your people you're working with could live with them longer and going forward. And I think it was an Australian Chief of Defence Staff who described it was about sexual harassment scandal at the time. And he said, the standards you walk by are the standards you accept. And when you start to accept the small drifts in standards, and your 2 out of 22 bit is an example of that, very quickly the norm rises, and then suddenly more and more things become acceptable. Therefore, for me, standards actually really are paramount because they help shape the decisions. And if you start chipping away at the edge, you can lead up with some very difficult results that people who may not be directly linked to you start to then think is tolerable and then do on your behalf.
Marina, I'm interested in your views on this question, but also, do you think Labour set themselves a very high standard, partly in opposition to Boris Johnson? Now they're in government. Do you think they've sort of realised the benefits of having slightly less high standards?
I think the ghost of Boris Johnson does definitely hang over the whole conversation about standards because, you know, he was a Prime Minister that basically fell from government because his own party and the public lost their confidence in him because of multiple scandals, from Owen Paterson to Partygate. So it has shaped the whole conversation. And yes, that is partly, I think, why Keir Starmer was trying to address this lack of public trust. And yes, certainly they've realised once in government that things are much easier to claim that you can do in opposition than when you actually get the levers of power. However, you know, if they are going to restore public trust in politics and standards, they need to think not just about their own government, but future governments to come as well. And they have got this opportunity. It's a very short opportunity. You know, it's 4 years or possibly longer if they win another term. But what could they do to strengthen some of these institutions, put them on a statutory footing, make it more difficult to overturn, to prevent this return to what happened in the Boris Johnson era? So it's not just about the now, and obviously Keir Starmer is going to want to demonstrate that his government is upholding very high ethical standard. It's about improving public institutions for the long term.
Absolutely. Classic IFG line there. You can come back. Thank you. Any more questions in the audience? One over here.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Harry Rich, I'm the Registrar of Consultant Lobbyists. It occurs to me, as I'm hearing everyone talk, that we're at risk of focusing on the rules, whereas actually we've sort of heard about the rules kind of work reasonably well. Boris Johnson is not Prime Minister anymore. The system ejected him eventually. In my case, in the lobbying world, Owen Paterson was found to be in breach of the lobbying rules and was punished for that. So I suppose the question that occurs to me is, are we at risk of spending too much time, and maybe with the Ethics and Integrity Commission, trying to rearrange how the rules work? You're still left with the conundrum of how do you get people to observe the rules that exist?
I think that's a very good question. Where does culture come from on this stuff?
I think Harry and I have had conversations in the sort of past. So I think, and actually it came up when I was doing the online session here earlier on as well. My answer to that is that there are rules and regulations, codes of conduct, and then there are principles, and they're not the same. People should aspire to reach the principles. They should definitely be in line with the rules and regulations, and there is a sort of a gap, and they should be within the guidelines set by the codes of conduct that are tailored to each aspect of public life. The bit for me that sits in the middle is personal responsibility. And then when we start to try and turn principles into defined rules with specific lines, that's when personal responsibility starts to become slightly vague. And when I hear people, well, this, and you hear it sometimes in response, I obeyed the rules or the regulations. Yeah, but you didn't quite, that contract we have with the public about delivering on the public interest can get sort of warped away through. And we had a good discussion about that slightly earlier on. Therefore, for me, there is often one of the questions earlier on was, can you define the principles? Not really. No, they are principles that will change and evolve with time. And integrity, everyone in this room will have a slightly different version of integrity in their mind, but you all know when it's been breached in one way or another. So I think the principles should be where they are. Codes and conduct and the rules and regulations need regular review to make sure that they're fit for purpose, but the aspiration should be. And that personal responsibility bit, for me, is absolutely paramount. We should not remove that personal responsibility.
Yeah, I completely agree that it's about the culture as well as the rules. I think it's really important because part of the culture at the moment is that you never admit a mistake. And I think actually if more politicians understood that admitting a mistake is a strength, not a weakness, I think actually most voters would recognise that. Everyone makes mistakes, right? And I think in terms of restoring trust, that would actually be a really positive development. And I do think the media's got a role to play here, and I'm not picking on Rowena because I used to work for the BBC for a very long time. But if every time someone changes their mind, it is portrayed as a screeching U-turn, it's probably not surprising. They don't like to say they're going to change their mind or that they've got anything wrong. But I do think that kind of, I think we're actually quite a forgiving and fair culture. And I think if people had a bit more courage to say, yeah, I got that wrong, it's this, people would respect that.
Sachin, I think this picks up on a theme from one of our earlier panels about public services and the front line of sort of public life. There was a lot of discussion there about the importance of recognising mistakes and correcting those. Do you want to talk a bit about that? And also, to link it to Harry's question, there's a question online, which is, can politicians learn from the approach to standards, the focus on culture, that those who worked on the front line talked about?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. We've heard quite a lot about kind of moral courage, and I think there's an interesting tension here between the short and the long term. And, in the short term, you can not admit your mistakes, you can kind of cover things up and things like that, and maybe you'll be all right. But actually, in the long term, that creates a huge amount of kind of reputational risks. And I think actually being able to say, okay, I have got things wrong in that short term, yes, you might take that hit, but actually in the longer term, it does make you a bit more robust as an organisation, as a public authority, as a public body, and kind of gives you a bit more of a licence to operate in the longer term. So while it might be a bit tough, facing up to the music in that short term, it does mean that you're actually able to achieve the things that you want to achieve longer term. I think in frontline services, that's particularly interesting because the kind of decisions that they're making are really high stakes. When you look at health and policing, for instance, these can often be quite life and death decisions. And if people there are able to be candid and open up about their mistakes, then for a politician where it's a bit more of just their personal reputation on the line or their career, then it's of a slightly different order, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to add on the culture, I mean, that is very important, obviously, but lots of people who have been found to be in breach of the rules would still claim that they did act with integrity, they were trying, they did adhere to the Nolan Principles of public life. They might not sort of recognise in themselves that what they were doing was wrong. And sort of the flip side of having that strong culture is that you, in some cases, need the deterrent, and deterrents have been strengthened in recent years with things like recall for MPs who've been guilty of serious wrongdoing. But Sir John Major picked out this morning Aqaba and the rules around lobbying after ministers have left office. Eric Pickles, the former chair of that body, has said it's very toothless. It doesn't, it has absolutely no powers to enforce breaches of the rules there. So that that is definitely something that can be looked at in if we're looking to improve the standards regime.
Completely agree. I'm going to come to a question online. I think they're all anonymous. Another anonymous question. Is there a risk that by failing to act in the early years of this government, any standards mechanisms that Labour do propose won't be bedded in enough to survive a change of government? This goes to a theme that has been talked about today as well in terms of the importance of cross-party agreement on this topic and the risk that, if this government does set up an Ethics and Integrity Commission, it becomes Labour's Ethics and Integrity Commission, and next time we have a different party in government, they get rid of it because it's not, they didn't come up with it. What do people, Doug, do you want to?
So, yeah, I completely understand the conversation because I think the government sort of came in probably a bit earlier than I was expecting to. It had some ideas, its manifesto commitment hadn't sort of come into it. You get in, and it's been a topic of conversation that's popped up already. You realise actually parts of the landscape exist because there's differences between House of Commons, House of Lords and all the rest of it. It's quite complicated. Some is statutory and some's not statutory. But I think what the Minister said, and you picked up earlier, he realised there's a coherence and a explainability issue in there. Does that equal commission? I don't know that. We'll find that out, and we stand ready as a committee very much to sort of help the government to go through. But if this, and this goes back, I mentioned the comment about this is a stewardship responsibility, not sort of an internal thing. If it is to last, and it's to, as a broader piece, not a political party piece, but broader bit, regain trust in politics, not necessarily in a party, which is a different element to it, then this is a stewardship responsibility. That does require cross-party engagement, cross-party consultation and discussion to go forward. That takes time, and the clock is ticking.
Rowena, do you have a sense of this? I mean, do you think the government is thinking about how they want to? The PM talks about a decade of national renewal. Do you think they are thinking about how they embed these changes?
Yes, nobody wants to create a new body that then gets abolished by the next government. Obviously, they'll be hoping that they get another term and they have a bit longer to make some even more changes to strengthen the standards regime. But yes, as people have said, it does take time, and the clock is ticking. And the government could have been ready to go as soon as it came into office with some ready oven-baked proposals. But it's already been a year. We haven't seen much so far, apart from the strengthening of the rules around the advisory on ministerial interests. So if they do, if they do want to get cross-party changes, they need to sort of start tapping people up now, start those conversations.
I think the other thing that I just mentioned is, there are a huge number of new MPs elected in 2024, and I think the fact that they are coming to this fresh, they're still developing their ideas and their kind of moral compass as leaders, as MPs. I think as bad habits start to bed in, it will be a little bit harder. So starting early on is probably not a bad idea.
Completely agree. I'm going to take a couple more questions from the audience. Can we take those two at the back there, and then we'll come here.
William Shawcross, Commissioner for Public Appointments. My apologies, I wasn't here this morning, so I don't know how far you discussed already the Ethics Commission that's been proposed. I've always thought that the CSPL should be the foundation of this enterprise, and building on CSPL's excellent work is a much better idea than setting up a new commission.
Thank you very much. New job for Doug, perhaps.
Thanks very much. Izzy from UK Anti-Corruption Coalition and Transparency International UK. In some of the conversations throughout the day, we've discussed a lot about the strength of the UK political culture and its emphasis on convention and precedents. I've spent some time in the US, and I'm struck by the collective amnesia that we're seeing across democracies in the West, and the ability for electorates to forgive previous mistakes or reasons for kicking certain members out of office. And I'm curious for the panel's reaction to what extent are both the measures right now that exist and also future propositions that we've been discussed today overly reliant on a sense that the electorate, for instance, it was mentioned that Boris Johnson was removed from power. To what extent are we overly reliant on political culture and precedent as a means to enact accountability through standards, procedures right now and those that are being presented in the future?
Great question, thank you very much. What does the panel think? And then we'll come for some more public questions. So, Doug, would you like to run the Ethics and Integrity Commission?
Probably not, actually, because I think the government, we've been engaged with speaking to the government. There's a range of things that I'm assuming that they're working up and considering through. Whichever range they end up going to, what I do know is CSPL will absolutely do what we can to make that thing work. And for me, it's adding value to the standards landscape has got to be the number one sort of question. And of course, CSPL looks broader than just, we look across all of public life. So this, I think, is a subsector of that, but we stand ready to help it. I think that's probably a deft way around not volunteering myself.
Well done, well done. What do people think about this second question, though, about Izzy's question about are we overly reliant on culture? And is that an extension, I guess, of the good chaps theory? You know, we have good chaps in government, but we also hope that we have good people in our electorate who will make the right decision. And is that naive?
I think it is potentially naive. I mean, you know, United States, different country, different context, yes. And it's very easy to say, oh, look, the US, my goodness, what's going to happen next? Won't happen here. But, you know, there we had an established democracy where voters chose a candidate who fairly clearly made it obvious that he would use the advantage of high office to enrich himself. Trump cryptocurrency, Trump digital art, Trump gold watches, hotel deals. And it is a different country, but there's no particular reason why that couldn't happen here. I mean, it's not a given that that the idea of high standards is something which will always be an attractive political proposition. And Trump, I think, rode on the idea that if as long as I enrich you, or you think I will enrich you, it is okay to enrich myself. And in a democracy, enough people bought into that he won. Yeah. And that's how democracies work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was responding to Alex's question earlier on. I said there's this choice about, you know, anything goes to achieve this, or that is subordinate to the standards bid, and it links into a conversation that we've had quite a few times today. Actually, is actually for the public, what focuses number one for them is the delivery of the public service that they're expecting. They don't really care about the name of the department or anything. They just want to know if the public service is being delivered, and then when that is then shaded by the fact that they may, or the perception is they may not be getting that public service because the decisions are not being made in public interest, but in self-interest or party political interest, that starts to add to it. So I think I very much agree we cannot be complacent, because I think most people would accept that most of the delivery, or the public expectation of delivery, has been falling short in large parts of the country. And we need to make sure that standards are seen as an assistance to try and ensure the best form of public service within the constraints that we've got is being done. And that's a story that doesn't often sort of come through.
I don't know if it's a difference between the culture in the UK and the US, but I do feel like the data shows very clearly that voters in the UK are not keen on politicians enriching themselves because of their public role. I mean, you can see it very clearly in the fury over things like second jobs or lobbying or contracts being given to associates. And that feels like where we are at the moment. I would sort of rule out that things could shift in future, but you know, that is one thing that you know, politicians always have in mind, that they are going to be held accountable in 5 years' time, and voters are not keen on that.
Great, thank you. Question here, and then 2 questions to close. Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I've enjoyed this panel enormously. But could I just say, the Cabinet Minister's speech was very frustrating because we all expected to get some news. But he could have been dropping a very broad hint, and that is that if there were legislation which was passed to establish an EIC, and that were later repealed in the next government, that could actually do more damage to standards than if there'd never been legislation. And I think that's a point, if I may say so, that's worth considering, and because I certainly wouldn't want to see damage to standards. At the same time, he may also be hinting it's not possible to get cross-party consensus because nobody knows what the next parliament's going to look like at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's obviously still a very long time until the next election. Would you pass it behind?
Hi, excellent discussion. My name is Kevin Keith. I'm chair of the UK Open Government Network. There's been quite a lot of discussion in this panel in particular about trust and how the work of the Committee of Standards in Public Life and the 7 Principles directly correlate to trust. But the principles are unique. The issue of trust is not unique. In fact, it's an issue across many parts of Europe. So twofold, really. One, I was wondering whether you have... I mean, if you look at kind of those countries with high levels of trust, it's more about the culture of accountability, transparency, participation, integrity. It's a much broader issue. Have you seen examples of trust building in other countries which you can relate to and which we should maybe apply in a UK context? I suppose is my main question.
Great, thank you very much. What do people think about the first point about the risk of sort of this government perhaps delivering something that is then knocked down by a next government and that creating a worse situation than we have now?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mary's on something. And what we as the committee want to do is to ensure that whatever is put into the landscape, as we would look over the whole landscape, it does add value to the whole of the landscape to be able to be done. I think there is a risk that could not go, and we will do whatever we can within the time we've got to try and underpin it to come through, and that's where hopefully the engagement will come through. But time is closing, as we talked about.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think one of the points you made earlier was about delivery, though, about delivery. One of the ways you restore public trust is that you deliver on the promises you've made. And one of the promises this government did make was that it was going to set up an Ethics and Integrity Commission. In a sense, the badging of it doesn't really matter. But are they actually going to do something which makes a difference? And I think that's where the clock's ticking for me.
And then that final question, do we have examples of trust building? Kevin asked about in other countries, but I wonder if people have examples in other sectors as well, potentially. One I can give is at one of our breakout conversations this afternoon, someone talked about the real benefit of citizens' assemblies in local government context. Now, I don't think they're a sort of panacea for everything. Lots of people sort of say we should do citizens' assemblies for all sorts. I don't think that's right. But the example given was it was a chance to bring local government politicians and local residents together and sort of discuss an issue in depth. And basically, both sides realised that the other side had something useful to contribute, and people were able to see that councillors were grappling with really difficult decisions and being open about the budgetary challenges they face and all the rest of it really sort of showed people why things take time and how you can work together to get something done, even if it's not kind of immediately what you wanted.
Yeah, I think I'll just build on if I may. So we do look at a lot of what other countries do, whether it be the Netherlands, some of the Scandinavian countries, Republic of Ireland, what they're doing. There's pockets of stuff in there, and actually some of which you've just sort of touched on. But I think a lot of it does sort of come back to that delivery bit. And actually, I think our public are actually very aware that these are constrained and challenging times. And I think honesty, I would say that, being one of the principles, about some of that dialogue you've said already, I think would go a long way. We know that these are difficult compromising choices over resources that have to be done, but I think sometimes the expectation bar is set very high, where actually everyone, even the public, go, I can't see how that's all going to add up together, which you don't necessarily see in some of the other countries where the conversation with the public might be a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to wrap up with one final quick question for the panel. I'm going to whiz down. So, starting with Sachin, working down to Rowena, what are you most optimistic about in terms of ethics and standards in public life after today?
We heard a bit about the kind of safe spaces and the confidential conversations that different leaders have together to kind of work through ethics issues, and I think someone described it as exercising your moral muscle, and I think that's quite a positive thing to do.
Thank you very much.
It's a difficult one. I don't want to sound too melodramatic, but after spending a lot of time as a foreign correspondent in some really difficult places, I did emerge thinking there are more good people in the world than bad, and I think that is definitely the case in the UK. And as I said earlier, I think the principle of fairness is deeply ingrained in our society, and that will hold us in good stead with facing challenges ahead.
Thank you very much.
Just over the one I was going to use. So the other one I'd bring, which is a bit narrower one, is it was reassuring for me as the chair of CSPL to hear the minister that he looked forward to working with us going forward.
Good. And you can hold him to that. Yeah. Rowena.
I'm optimistic that there's a Prime Minister that has, is talking about standards, and it was one of the first things he said when he came into office, and that there was that manifesto pledge from Labour to do something, and what form it takes and how long it takes is moot. But the clock's ticking, but there are 4 years, and we'll have to see what comes out of it.
Brilliant, thank you. A note of positivity to finish. So this brings us to the close of this special episode of Inside Briefing and to our conference marking the 30th anniversary of the Nolan Principles. Thank you to Rowena, Doug, Chris and Sachin, and to all of our speakers and panellists during the day. We've heard from former PM Sir John Major, we've heard from the Cabinet Office Minister Nick Thomas-Symonds, we've heard from Marie Goldman, Alberta Costa and Paula Barker MP, as well as lots of other interesting speakers. All of those events are available on our website. As ever, this episode of Inside Briefing is available wherever you get your podcasts. If you think we're meeting high standards, please leave us a review. And I will just close by saying thank you to Doug and his team at CSPL for all their help in organising today, and thank you again to this panel.